After having relieved the uneasiness in his mind, the young man asked in a raised voice, "Friends, can I have the pleasure of knowing your honored name?" Having come to realize that it wouldn't be in his best interest to provoke Xianxia and Guizhou, he immediately lowered his posture. He was no longer as aggressive as before. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before him in a flash. It was the very same person who suddenly fell from the air. A vicious face was almost sticking nose to nose with his face. The young man couldn't help but feel a little flustered in the face of Xianxia's gaze. He backed away in fright. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Xianxia asked in a cold voice. Only 2 of the men in black robes were in the First Order Origin Returning Realm. The rest were all in Saint King Realm. Xianxia didn't care about cultivators of these levels. What he wanted to figure out most was the background of these people and how they came to Tongxian Realm. The 2 Origin Returning Realm Masters guarding the young man didn't see how Xianxia appeared before the young man. But they immediately knew that this man was even more horrifying than they had guessed. Their hearts started pounding. The more courageous of the 2 smiled and answered cautiously. "Reporting to young lord, we are members of Spirit Devouring Sect. This is our Spirit Devouring Sect young sect master, young Lord Mu Chung Feng." While answering, he pointed at the young man and introduced him to Xianxia. Mu Chung Feng straightened his chest as if he had come to realize that his performance just now was a bit unsightly. He tried to calm himself down to save his face. "Spirit Devouring Sect?" Xianxia furrowed his brow and glanced back at Guizhou. This old man has not heard of such a sect either. "I'm afraid they aren't that famous," Guizhou indifferently replied. When Mu Chung Feng and the 2 Origin Returning Realm Masters heard Guizhou's remark on their sect, they immediately became a little angry. Be that as it may, their fists weren't bigger than the opposite party. They didn't dare to act rashly. "Is this damned spirit array your work?" Xianxia stretched his hand out and pointed at the hexagonal array behind him. "Yes." The Origin Returning Realm Master, who had just answered earlier, replied quickly as he furtively wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This Bai Zong had spent a lot of time and energy to lay this array. "Very good," Xianxia sneered. "Since it was your handiwork, then, little brother." As if he knew what Xianxia was going to say next, the Origin Returning Realm Master interrupted him in horror. "Little brother, you know that there is not just this one spirit array arranged on this world. Led by our sect master, all disciples of my Spirit Devouring Sect are on this planet, planning for something big. I request little brother to be accommodating." "More than one?" Xianxia's face blackened with rage. Furious, he retorted with a smile. "No wonder the world energy has gotten worse. So it was your damned work. Great. Absolutely great." That Origin Returning Realm Master smiled in embarrassment. "Little brother, you can't say that. The cultivation of the cultivators of this continent is too low. Even if we leave the world energy and let them cultivate, they would not amount to anything in their lives. But it would be completely different if my Spirit Devouring Sect obtained this world energy. My sect master is in the Origin King realm. His strength would advance by a huge leap if he could devour this world's world energy. And if he refines this world's star source, it would bring a ray of life to this place. This dying star would be reborn. Little brother is so powerful. I think you understand this truth." He deliberately brought to notice that the Spirit Devouring Sect Master was an Origin King Realm Master, trying to make Xianxia retreat. After hearing this, Xianxia grew even more furious. "You guys also want to refine the star source?" "Naturally." Mu Chung Feng straightened his back. "My father has already taken the sect elites to the Cultivation star planet's core. I'm afraid he will refine the source there." Mu Chung Feng was filled with confidence when he recalled that his father was an Origin King Realm Master. He believed that these 2 guys before him would not dare to kill him without a shred of doubt. Even though Mu Chung Feng had no idea of their origins, let alone their strengths. Anyone with a brain would not be willing to be an enemy of Origin King Realm Master. Therefore, he returned to his former leisure and confident manner. But after speaking, he found that Xianxia was staring at him with an even more terrifying gaze. Mu Chung Feng was taken aback. He immediately screamed, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai pursed the corner of his lips into a grim smile. "What else can I do apart from killing you?" Just as the last of Yang Kai's words fell, all the spirit-devouring sect disciples in black robes were struck simultaneously as a few swishes rang through the air. They fell down one after another. They were killed right then and there. They didn't even have the chance to scream. "Ah!" Mu Changfeng screamed in horror. His eyes bulged and quivered in shock and fear. He pointed at Yang Kai and rebuked, How dare you make an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect?" "Make an enemy?" Yang Kai sneered. "Don't overestimate yourself. You guys aren't even fit to be my enemy. Since you dare to act so wantonly in my territory, you can never go back." Not only was the spirit-devouring sect unscrupulously extracting the Tong Xian realm's world energy and enslaving its cultivators, but they were also aiming for its source. How could Yang Kai not get angry? Since the star source had been taken by little senior sister, there is no need to worry about the spirit-devouring sect getting their hands on it. But their reckless behavior should have caused some damage to little senior sister. You, my father is an origin king. How dare you attack me?" Mu Changfeng was scared silly. Originally, he believed that after he brought his father up, the opposite party would take caution before taking any action. But how could he have known that the young man before him would not care about this at all? "Origin king, humph. I have killed more than one. I'll take your father's head later." Yang Kai sneered as he pressed towards Mu Changfeng, step by step. Mu Changfeng was so scared that he stumbled on the ground as an obnoxious smell wafted from his crotch. He looked as if he would cry at any moment. Yang Kai frowned at the sight of this. He hadn't expected this little kid to wet his pants. After a second thought, he waved his hand and shot a streak of Saint Chi, sealing his cultivation. He then turned to the cultivators of Shrouded Heaven Mansion and said, "He is all yours. You can kill him as you like." Over 1,000 cultivators, who had been maintaining the spirit-devouring array, were watching from the sidelines since Yang Kai and Guizu's appearance. The sight of Yang Kai killing the spirit-devouring sect disciples, against whom they were completely powerless, as easily as lifting his hands had left them in complete shock. Some cultivators had seen Yang Kai's portrait and immediately understood Yang Kai's origins and identity. They didn't show any hesitation after hearing Yang Kai's words. Over 1,000 men, young and old, men and women, swarmed at Mu Changfeng with a murderous look on their faces. You group of ants." Mu Changfeng was afraid of Yang Kai but not of these Shrouded Heaven Mansion cultivators. He warned them harshly, "If you dare to hurt even a single strand of my hair, I guarantee that you will beg me to kill you." The swarm of 1,000 or so cultivators paused for a moment before they rushed at Mu Changfeng even faster. In the blink of an eye, Mu Changfeng was completely surrounded to the point that not even a drop of water could escape. One after another, kicks and punches struck Mu Changfeng. The Shrouded Heaven Mansion disciples at the center seemed to have a tacit understanding of not using their Saint Chi. They only attacked Mu Changfeng just with their physical strength. This way, Mu Changfeng would last longer and taste even more painful torture. "Asshole! How dare you kill our sect master? I will make you pay for it. Vengeance for 7th Elder. I will avenge Senior Sister Lu." "Boo-hoo! Senior Sister Lu, I hope your spirit in the heavens is watching this. I will avenge you. Make way, make way. Let me smash this bastard's balls." The sight of thousands of people beating one person was especially spectacular. In a flash, a cloud of dust rose around Mu Changfeng's position as constant sounds of thrashing with miserable wails of Mu Changfeng echoed in the surroundings. But after a while, Mu Changfeng's voice slowly started weakening. And after another while, there were no more movements. "Are you, Holy Master Yang? Are you truly Holy Master Yang?" As Yang Kai watched on with a cold look in his eyes, a girl's voice rang in his ear. Yang Kai turned to the source of the voice and found that it was the very same girl who was caught and humiliated by Mu Changfeng before. Her face was smeared in mud. She looked like a cat, and the torn baggy clothes still on her shapely figure gave her the impression of a grass bearing the brunt of wind and rain. She looked rather pitiful. "Do you know me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "You really are Holy Master Yang?" Suddenly, a sliver of red glow appeared on her beautiful face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. The bright glow in her pair of eyes seemed to speak for itself. Tears soon filled her eyes as if she saw her savior. She immediately knelt down before Yang Kai. "I beg Holy Master Yang to uphold justice on behalf of fellow cultivators across the world. Get up and speak." Yang Kai was startled. He quickly stretched his hand out and raised it up. The girl immediately felt a gentle force lifting her up, preventing her from kneeling down. "Don't cry." Yang Kai was in a pinch. She kept choking, looking at Yang Kai with teary eyes. Tears kept falling down her cheeks just like pearls from a broken necklace. Just as she wiped off the tears, another round of tears would trickle down her cheeks. Slowly, her beautiful face was brought to light. Sure enough, she was extremely beautiful. Mu Changfeng might be a bit deplorable, but his experience in checking a girl's features was pretty good. "If you have something to say, please speak." Yang Kai heaved a sigh and comforted. "Please stop crying." "Yes." The girl immediately wiped the tears off the corner of her eyes. She could barely hold her excitement. Her plump chest heaved up and down a few times before she could finally calm herself down. "Holy Master Yang is all-knowing and omnipotent. Only you can save our world from this disaster. I beg Holy Master Yang to show mercy on our generation and save the world from misery. We request Holy Master Yang to show mercy and save the world from misery." All of a sudden, thunderclaps like shouts reverberated through the sky. Yang Kai turned to look and suddenly found that the thousands of shrouded Heaven Mansion cultivators had gathered around him and looked at him with pleading looks in their eyes. On the other side, Mu Changfeng had been whacked to the point that his figure had lost all resemblance to a human figure. His battered and broken corpse was lying in a puddle of blood. Yang Kai touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "Don't be so serious. I know a little about the current situation, but I just came back. I don't have that much of an idea. How about you tell me in detail? What's happening in the world currently? When did these people come?" "Let me answer Holy Master Yang's question. These people came to Tongxian realm a year ago." The girl slowly parted her lips as her beautiful eyes fell into reminiscence. As she narrated, the look in her eyes gradually changed to panic and anger as she recalled the horrifying days and the tragic sight of her fellow disciples being killed. After an hour, Yang Kai and Gue Zhu set out again, disappearing into the horizon. Watching the disappearing duo, the girl from the shrouded Heaven Mansion immediately cheered in her heart. Our world is saved with the return of Holy Master Yang. Although she had never met Yang Kai before, she was completely convinced after meeting him for the first time. Yang Kai, according to that little girl, this spirit-devouring sect is sinister. Gue Zhu fell into thoughts. This method of extracting world energy from the entire planet and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystal is brilliant. Even this old man is left puzzled. Indeed, but this is only possible by hurting the base of the star. Yang Kai played with the spirit-devouring crystals that were almost of the same size and same color. He had found these spirit-devouring crystals in Mu Changfeng's space ring. One of them was incomplete, which he had obtained from the spirit-devouring array, whereas the remaining were complete. Obviously, it was this year's harvest. Every strand of world energy in these spirit-devouring crystals belonged to Tongxian realm. According to the girl from Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to Tongxian realm a year ago. Tongxian realm cultivators were baffled by the sight of a starship descending. They had no idea what was going on. And soon, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly started enslaving Tongxian realm cultivators after suppressing the entire Tongxian realm with absolute strength to work for them and maintain the spirit-devouring array. And all those who tried to resist were killed without mercy. In a year, several dozen powerful families on Tongxian realm were wiped off the face of the earth. Their shrouded Heaven Mansion had also suffered heavy losses. In the end, only 1,000 members survived. Has Elder never heard of the spirit-devouring sect? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu. Guizhu shook his head and denied. No. You also know that this old man was trapped for 2 millennia and escaped not too long ago. In fact, I don't know much about the affairs of this star field. However, don't you just happen to have someone you can ask? You mean... Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he understood who Guizhu was referring to. He immediately took out the soul-sustaining bowl from the space ring, focused his divine sense inside, and shouted, "Come out!" Next moment, the swaying Zidong's soul suddenly emerged, looking at Yang Kai with fear and trepidation. He immediately asked with a smile, "Brother Yang, what can this lowly one do for you? Could it be that we are at Purple Star already?" "We are not at Purple Star, but I have something to ask you." "Brother Yang, just ask. This lowly one would tell you all I know and without reserve." Zidong wiped his forehead as if he was relieved. "Have you heard of the spirit-devouring sect?" "Spirit-devouring sect?" Zidong's face changed at once as a look of extreme fear took over his face. "So you really know?" Yang Kai, judging by his expression, immediately knew that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. This lowly one indeed knows. What's wrong? Did Brother Yang encounter someone from the spirit-devouring sect? Zidong looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Yes, I just came across a group of cultivators who claimed to be from spirit-devouring sect. They had laid a spirit-devouring array, refining something called spirit-devouring crystal." Yang Kai took out a spirit-devouring crystal while speaking. "This thing, a spirit-devouring crystal." A fervent look instantly appeared in Zidong's eyes. His eyes were completely glued on the spirit-devouring crystal. His face was overflowing with greed. But very soon, he remembered that his body was completely destroyed now. The spirit-devouring crystal would be utterly useless in his current predicament. He lowered his head, saddened. "Tell me about this spirit-devouring sect. Why did you look so scared?" Yang Kai continued with his questions after putting away the spirit-devouring crystal. "Spirit-devouring sect. Well, this one has never encountered them before. I have only seen some records in some ancient books of my Purple Star. According to the records, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to existence on a cultivation star called Heavenly Wolf Star a century ago, and then rose like a comet. Its rapid rise immediately drew attention from the entire star field. The spirit-devouring sect gave birth to many experts in less than a decade, including several Origin King Realm experts. It was really unusual for a sect that was completely unknown until then. So, 3 great forces in the star field carried investigations and research on the spirit-devouring sect. Later, it was found that this sect had discovered a set of secret methods from somewhere, which were the methods to lay the spirit-devouring array that Brother Yang just spoke of and refine spirit-devouring crystals. And the cultivators of their sect advanced by leaps and bounds by absorbing and refining the energy of spirit-devouring crystals. It was okay if it was just like this. The key point was that their rise was accompanied by the decline of Heavenly Wolf Star. In less than half a century after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the density of Heavenly Wolf Star world energy had dropped by several levels. Only then did the 3 great forces of star field realize the seriousness of this. Any cultivation star was a valuable asset of a star field. How could they allow the spirit-devouring sect to act so recklessly? If they let them continue like this, the Heavenly Wolf Star would collapse sooner or later. So, after some discussion, the 3 great forces jointly dispatched experts to the Heavenly Wolf Star and attacked the headquarters of the spirit-devouring sect. Though the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted in that battle, the 3 great forces also lost a lot of experts. This was something that had never happened before. A sect that could compete with the 3 great forces. Since that battle, the spirit-devouring sect had disappeared from the stage of history. I thought that the spirit-devouring sect had long disappeared, but who would have thought that a fish still had slipped through the net? The 3 great forces joined hands. Yang Kai was also startled, but he soon sneered. The 3 great forces allied not just to prevent the spirit-devouring sect from destroying the Heavenly Wolf Star, right? What else were they eyeing? Zidong smiled in embarrassment and replied, trying to flatter Yang Kai. Brother Yang is truly farsighted. Which force would not be greedy for the spirit-devouring sect's shocking method that can quickly train cultivators? A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing another's greed. However, as far as I know, although the three forces had destroyed the spirit-devouring sect, they never got the method of arranging the spirit-devouring array. Oh? Why is this? Xianxia was surprised. I have no idea. I have only read some records from the sect's ancient book and don't know about the specifics of what happened back then. Zedong furrowed his brow as a look of worry appeared on his face. But for the spirit-devouring sect to have unexpectedly returned after several decades, this is bad news. By the way, Brother Yang, where are we? The spirit-devouring sect has become the target of everyone's hatred after that incident. They can't make any move under the noses of the three forces. This is my home world, Xianxia replied casually. No outsider has come here for a long time. Maybe this attracted the spirit-devouring sect, and they had laid the spirit-devouring arrays here. So that's how it is. Brother Yang, since you have found the spirit-devouring sect, you should eradicate them as soon as possible. If you give them a breath of respite, they will turn into a big problem. Judging by the density of this world's world energy, I think there are no experts here. If you take me back to Purple Star, I can mobilize Purple Star experts. Hey, Brother Yang, let me finish, Brother Yang. After Xianxia stuffed the soul-sustaining bowl back to the space ring, he said to Guizhu, Elder, can I trouble you to take a trip? Sect Master, if you have any orders, just let me know. Guizhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have a lot of people. As you just heard from the girl, they have scattered across the continent and laid the spirit-devouring array. I would like to ask you to help me eradicate them all. That's easy. Guizhu let out a peal of weird laughter. It's also very easy to find them. I just have to follow the flow of world energy. It's as easy as following the vines to get the melons. Moreover, this old man is also very interested in the spirit-devouring array. This spirit-devouring array is so heaven-defying. You shouldn't have watched Mu Changfeng get killed. You should have interrogated him first. The spirit-devouring array can be studied but can never be used. Naturally, this old man is aware of it. This old man doesn't want to be a public enemy of the Starfield. Sect Master doesn't have to worry about that. This old man will be right back in a jiffy. By the way, where should I find you after dealing with them? 9 Heavens Holy Land, replied Xianxia. You can just ask anyone. They will know where it is. Okay. This old man will take his leave then. Guizhu broke into laughter as the 10,000 soul banners wrapped around him and shot into distance, leaving a streak of light. After Guizhu left, Xianxia gazed deep in a certain direction before the wind and thunder wings spread behind him, and he too disappeared, leaving howls of winds and roars of thunder. It never occurred to him that Tongxian realm would face such a crisis. Now that the survivors of the spirit-devouring sect were being eradicated by Guizhu himself, he wasn't worried, but he would have to go to the core himself. Mu Changfeng had said that his father is planning on refining the star source of Tongxian realm. In that case, the spirit-devouring sect master must be at the core now. The star source of a cultivation star is always hidden in the depths of its core, but it's extremely difficult to reach it. Not just anyone can resist the law contained in the power of star source. Only a third-order origin king can put up some resistance. Also, the star source of Tongxian realm has been refined by little senior sister, who is not on this planet. So, it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the core. If Xianxia's guess was right, the spirit-devouring sect master should already be at the planet's core. Having flown for a while, Xianxia looked for a suitable place and landed. He then released Xiao with a wave of his hand while he himself got into the sealed world bead, letting Xiao take this emperor artifact. Xiao's figure then disappeared into the earth as he used his natural divine ability, moving towards the core at a very fast speed. After half an hour or so, Xianxia spread his divine sense to investigate the outside. He was immediately surprised to find that he had reached the core. It was very hot and had surging magma. Even the world energy here contained unimaginable heat toxin. He could also sense some faint movements at a very distant location. Yang Kai's face turned stiff as he sprang out of the sealed world bead. His expression grew worse as he listened closely for a movement. He hurriedly shot towards the source of the movements. About 100 miles away from Yang Kai stood a tough-looking middle-aged man with his hands crossed behind his back and 5 third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing on either side behind him. The middle-aged man was looking ahead with a dignified look in his eyes. A dazzling ball of energy happened to be floating right before him. There was a clear face on that ball of energy. The face was covered by a veil, hiding its true appearance, had a blue crystal on its forehead, and its eyes were as clear and pure as elves. It was none other than Xia Chang. It was quite evident that it wasn't Xia Chang's true body, rather an embodiment of her made from the wisp of her soul. That's all. At this moment, Xia Chang's clear and crystal eyes were filled with anxiety and helplessness, along with a sliver of anger. Meanwhile, that middle-aged man and the other origin returning realm cultivators looked calm and steady, like everything was in their grasp. Both sides seemed to be locked in a confrontation. After a long time, the middle-aged man parted his lips and spoke. This king had been waiting for many days. I wonder if young Lady Xia had given it a thought? Can you give this king a satisfactory answer? Xia Chang furrowed her brow and responded gently. Can you wait a little longer? This matter is very important. I need to discuss it with my junior brother, but the problem is that I can't get in touch with my junior brother. The middle-aged man let out a cold harumph in response. Young Lady Xia, are you kidding me? This king has been tolerant and doesn't want to use force because of the fact that you have refined the star source at such a young age. I love people with talents, but you have been passing the buck several times. Do you think that this king is a fool? Everyone would generally consult with their honored master when in trouble. Why would you discuss with your junior brother? It's really ridiculous. But, Xia Chang said to herself, honored master's cultivation is even worse than mine. How can it be comparable to junior brother? No buts. The middle-aged man interrupted Xia Chang impatiently. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, then this king can only extract all of this world's world energy and turn it into a dead star. As for the star source, since you aren't willing to let it go, then this king doesn't want it either. When I have extracted all its world energy, this king would like to see how long will you be able to hold its star source without the support of world energy. How would Missy bring it back to life? There are hundreds of millions of beings living on this planet. Without the nourishment of world energy, I'm afraid they will be reduced to nothing but bones. Wait! Xia Chang turned pale in fear. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man sneered at her as a steadfast look appeared on his face. He might not have been communicating with Xia Chang for long, but he could see that she had a scanty experience of life and was kind-hearted. She didn't want to see this planet slowly go extinct. It was for this reason that he could threaten her to let go of the star source. Otherwise, it was impossible to get an already refined star source unless he found her true body and killed her. But how could the middle-aged man know where her true body was? Xia Chang let a wisp of her soul come here only because she had sensed that there was something wrong with the planet. Unless he had some super-divine ability that could follow her divine sense and track the location of Xia Chang's true body. Judging by the extremely distressed look on Xia Chang's face, the middle-aged man knew that his threat had worked. How can a little and kind-hearted girl like her bear it when I'm using the lives of billions of creatures to pressure her? He timely struck the iron while it was hot. Young Lady Xia, this king is unwilling to resort to acts of cruelty. If you release your reign over this star source and allow this king to refine it, this king will become this planet's star master. How can I not care about this planet as its star master? But haven't you been extracting its world energy? Xia Chang wasn't clear about the sinister spirit devouring crystal. As such, she hadn't noticed the evil intentions of the other party for the moment. It's just deconstruction before reconstruction. The middle-aged man smiled a little. Young Lady Xia, I can't tell you why. Young lady just needs to know that if you allow this king to refine the star source, this king will definitely lead this planet to prosperity. Is that really so? Xia Chang murmured to herself. She might be kind and simple in nature, but it didn't mean that she was a fool. She could naturally tell that this middle-aged man was far from honest and good. But the opposite party was threatening her weakness. If I don't let go of the star source and let him refine it, he would really draw all the world energy of this world sooner or later. By then, it would already be reduced to a dead star. The very day she became the star master of this cultivation star, she could feel the billions of lives living on Tongshan realm. She could feel all the ups and downs of this planet. How could she bear to watch this planet be reduced to a cold and lifeless planet? Xianxia really had no idea what to do. There was only one thing echoing in her mind. Junior brother? Where are you? What would have done if you were in position? Little senior sister. Don't listen to his bullshit. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in the depths of the core. Xianxia immediately raised her head. Instinctively, she thought that she was just imagining things. Her ears were playing tricks on her. But when she saw a familiar figure walking out of the darkness not far away, and saw the smile on that familiar face, she realized that her junior brother was actually here. Xianxia looked as if she would break into tears any time now. She was extremely aggrieved. Having been negotiating with the middle-aged man over the past few days, her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure. But she was still dealing courteously but without insincerity. But when this figure appeared, Xianxia suddenly felt that her entire body was about to collapse. Her shoulders had been bearing a burden all the while. It almost crushed her bones. Only when this burden was relieved that she came to realize what she was carrying. Junior brother. Xianxia pursed her lips and shouted. Senior sister, don't cry. Yang Kai's figure flickered before he appeared right before the wisp of Xianxia's soul, staring at her. He then pursed his lips into a smile and immediately consoled her. It's okay. Everything's okay. I'm here now. He comforted her like he was comforting a little child. He almost patted Xianxia's head several times. Xianxia nodded obediently. Did you notice that something was wrong here? So your wisp of soul came? Yang Kai immediately understood everything with just one glance. Only a Star Master could do this. He too could let a wisp of his soul return to Shadowed Star if he wanted to, but his consumption would be too much. It's not good for the soul to remain this far for so long. Can cause irreparable harm easily. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect soon. They don't need to worry. Junior brother, be careful. These people... It's okay. It's just a few wastes who can't show their faces in public. That's all. Yang Kai sneered. Xianxia smiled sweetly upon hearing this. She was no longer worried. She then formed some seals as the embodiment of her soul slowly disappeared. But just before Xianxia left, she suddenly seemed to have remembered something. She hurriedly said, By the way, junior brother, Yang Yan. What happened to Yang Yan? Yang Kai panicked. But there was no trace of Xianxia before him. Her wisp of soul had already crossed the starry sky and returned to Shadowed Star. What the hell happened? Yang Kai was depressed. Xianxia might not know Yang Yan's true identity, but he was completely aware of it. Yang Yan had been sleeping after returning from the Emperor Garden. Apparently, her true body and embodiment had completely fused. It had been over a decade now, and he had no idea about her current situation. And now when Xianxia suddenly brought up Yang Yan but failed to finish her sentence, Yang Kai grew completely impatient. Look how I deal with you after I return. Yang Kai thought in his mind, furious. Brat, how dare you judge this king like this? The middle-aged man and the origin returning realm cultivators had been staring at Yang Kai vigilantly since he showed up. But Yang Kai's recent comment that they were just wastes who can't show their faces in public had immediately drawn their ire. In addition, Yang Kai had also denied them the opportunity of getting the star source that they were just about to get with just a few words. How could the middle-aged man take this? He immediately shouted in anger. Yang Kai slowly turned around and responded with a sneer, glaring at them. What's wrong? Are you guys not wastes? Several grown men were threatening and bullying a little girl. Calling you guys wastes is an insult to all wastes. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort as an intense murderous intent filled his eyes. Who just said that he will turn this planet into a dead star? If you stand up now, this sect master promises not to kill you. Xianxia glared at the people before him and acted in a completely rampant manner. Kid, don't think that you can act lawlessly with just a little bit of strength. A frog in a well knows nothing of the ocean. Judging by the fact that you have reached the Origin King realm at such a young age, you can be considered to have good talent. How about you join this king? This king can provide you with an awesome secret technique that can let you reach the top as quickly as possible, the middle-aged said in a serious voice, carrying his hands behind his back. His tone and bearing gave the impression of a grandmaster. What? This kid is in Origin King realm? This kid? Impossible? The Origin returning realm masters behind the middle-aged man were struck with terror, screaming one after another. They had been trying to sense Xianxia's cultivation all the while, but they noticed that they couldn't find any clues at all. So they believed that he was wearing some artifact that could isolate their divine senses. How could they know that the other party was stronger than themselves? But, is there such a young Origin King realm expert? Xianxia chuckled and rebuked contemptuously. You people from the spirit-devouring sect are really idiots. No wonder your sect was destroyed. The middle-aged man's pupils immediately shrunk upon hearing this. You know that we are from the spirit-devouring sect. So what gave you the guts to act so rampantly? The Origin returning realm masters shuddered, as if someone came to know of their deep, dark secrets. Fear apparent in their eyes. So what if I am acting rampantly? Come and bite me if you don't like it. Xianxia sneered. If you don't have guts to do it, how about I lend you some? The middle-aged man's entire body shook in anger, but he didn't dare to make a move. He had long noticed that Xianxia was in First-Order Origin King realm, the same as him, so he wasn't 100% sure that he could Xianxia. That's the only reason why he had been bearing Xianxia's arrogance. But he couldn't let the secret of the spirit-devouring sect be brought to anyone's notice. Or else they would quite likely be chased and killed by all the cultivators of the starfield. The middle-aged man was in a big dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Xianxia, noticing his hesitation, sneered and added fuel to the fire. By the way, I killed a few members of your spirit-devouring sect before coming here. One of them happened to be someone called Spirit-Devouring Sect Young Sect Master. What was his name? Right, Mu Chung Feng, that guy was your son, right? Sect Master Mu Wu? Mu Wu shuddered as his eyes turned bloodshot. You killed Chung Feng? That's not right, Percy. I'm sorry. Xianxia smiled apologetically. I didn't kill him. I just beat him up a bit. Well, he was beaten to death by the members of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, dying miserably. He was minced to pieces. Sect Master Mu Wu, if you had been there and saw it, you would have surely cried. TSK. Tisk. Bastard, I will kill you. Mu Wu scowled and shouted in anger. A pulse of St. Chi spread around him as he released his Origin King realm domain, pushing it towards Xianxia. At the same time, he left a streak of light as he appeared right above Xianxia's head. He was well aware of how strong the people of Shrouded Heaven Mansion were. Naturally, his son couldn't be killed by them, no matter what. The only way he would die was that his cultivation was suppressed by the kid before him. He was the man behind his son's brutal killing. Mu simply couldn't let his son's killer live. He would either destroy him or die trying. Even if the sect master feared Xianxia, he could not stand the sight of him. He clapped his hands and pushed them forward as a pulse of energy shot out from his hands and transformed into a crosscut visible to the naked eyes, pressing down on Xianxia like an unstoppable avalanche. It seemed as if it would split Xianxia into two. That's it? Xianxia spat disdainfully as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He could already tell Mu Wu's next course of action just by looking at his body movements. Mu Wu might be a First-Order Origin King, but his real combat power was worse than any Origin King realm expert Xianxia had encountered. This gap was mainly in the refinement of St. Chi as well as the power of his domain. And it shouldn't be that surprising, as the spirit-devouring sect cultivators mainly depended on refining and absorbing the spirit-devouring crystals for cultivation. It was just a shortcut. Unfortunately, there was no shortcut for cultivating martial Dao. The price of their rapid growth was an unstable foundation. The cultivators of spirit-devouring sect might be able to cultivate to the second order or even third order origin king realm with the help of spirit-devouring crystals. But their real combat power was definitely much lower than the cultivators of the same level. The same was true for Mu Wu. His Saint Chi was heterogeneous and his domain wasn't perfect either. The cross-energy slash might appear to have unparalleled momentum, but to Yang Kai, it was full of flaws. The next moment, he bent his waist and took a horse stance as he sent a punch to greet the oncoming attack. A streak of fist energy swished through the air, hitting right at the center of the cross-energy slash. Crack! A feeble and crisp sound immediately rang in Mu Wu's ear, shaking him up. His eyes almost popped out in shock as a look of horror took over his face. Much to his shock and dismay, his domain was shattered by the opposite party's punch, and the same could be said for his cross-energy slash. It was extremely weak and fragile. So strong! Mu Wu immediately came to realize that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just as this thought flashed in his mind, the streaking fist energy smashed through all his barriers, hitting him hard in the chest. Puff! Mu Wu was immediately sent flying, spurting a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master actually? Impossible! My eyes must be playing tricks. The origin returning realm masters of the spirit-devouring sect immediately cried in surprise. They turned pale. They immediately rubbed their eyes in succession, wondering whether they were seeing correctly. An origin king realm master had always been synonymous with a top expert of the star field. But to their shock, their sect master, an origin king realm expert, was sent flying at the very start of the confrontation with this young man. They could hardly accept this fact. Mu Wu too was shuddering in his heart. Just one punch had cooled him down. He immediately started thinking of escaping the very moment he came to realize that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. However, a flash of white light suddenly blinded his eyes as the source of his terror appeared before him out of nowhere, standing nose to nose with him. Demon Eye! Yang Kai gently uttered two words as his left pupil constricted in the next moment, turning into a long and narrow vertical pupil. Immediately after, a dazzling golden glow filled with majesty bloomed from the long vertical pupil. Mu Wu lost consciousness at that moment. In his mind, all he could see was a terrifying eye hovering in the sky, gazing down at him coldly. He didn't dare to make a rash move. Even his soul was shaken up. And Yang Kai, taking advantage of his loss of consciousness, made his move. He promptly punched right into Mu Wu's dantian, pouring his surging Saint Chi into Mu Wu's body. His Saint Chi coursed through Mu Wu's meridians and body and destroyed his meridians in an instant, as if he was stabbed by 1,000 swords. The origin king realm aura around Mu Wu instantly started weakening. In just 3 breaths, the spirit-devouring sect master's cultivation was abolished by Yang Kai. Bam! Mu Wu crashed straight into a ground and lay still on the ground like a dead fish. The few origin returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect in the depths of the core gulped a mouthful of saliva. Everything happened just too fast. It was so fast that their sect master was crippled before they even had the chance to react. Now that they realized their own situation, all of their faces turned ugly. They looked at Yang Kai standing by Mu Wu as if they were looking at a demon. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. If this young man can cripple sect master in 3 breaths, then killing us would be a matter of lifting his finger. The demon eye of annihilation in Yang Kai's left eye was still active. Next, Yang Kai bent over and lifted Mu Wu, raised him to his eye level and stared straight into his eyes. His divine sense surged as he spoke in a deep and reverberating voice. If you don't want to die, tell me the method to arrange the spirit-devouring array? Even though Yang Kai had seen the hexagonal array, he couldn't find out anything. He wasn't that proficient in spirit arrays. Therefore, if he wanted to know how to arrange it, he had to start with Mu Wu. Mu Wu was the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect. It was well within reason that he knew the method to arrange the spirit array. How could Mu Wu, whose cultivation was completely abolished, be able to resist the might of demon eye of annihilation? Under the suppression of Yang Kai's divine sense, a lifeless look immediately appeared in his eyes as he blurted out subconsciously, The spirit-devouring array was given to my Mu family by that sir, and sir said that I can't tell anyone about it. Sir? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He was a little surprised. All he wanted was to understand the working principle of the spirit-devouring array from Mu Wu and let Yang Yen study it to see if it could be improved after he returned to Shadowed Star. But how could he have known that it would involve some mysterious sir? It seems to be a very big secret, Yang Kai thought to himself. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling. Right then, a glimmer of intelligent gleam flickered in Mu Wu's lifeless eyes as he shouted aloud, "Sir, save me!" Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to withdraw, a bright beam of light shot out of Mu Wu's eyes, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Damn it! Yang Kai was shocked. He flung Mu Wu away and closed his eyes as his soul avatar manifested in his knowledge sea. Yang Kai's knowledge sea appeared quite calm, but Yang Kai immediately noticed a ball of unusual energy. That ball of energy was floating in his knowledge sea, twisting and changing. Yang Kai felt a completely strange aura from that energy. This aura definitely didn't belong to Mu Wu. The energy wasn't that strong, but Yang Kai felt a huge threat from it. Soul-warming lotus. You actually have a soul-warming lotus. A husky scream suddenly reverberated from that ball of energy. Judging by the voice, Yang Kai could tell that it belonged to a man, but he couldn't tell the opposite party's age. In the next moment, that ball of energy transformed into a man wearing Changshan. His face appeared blurry and Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. At this moment, the man's attention was completely occupied by the Seven Colors Island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There was a vague, crazy look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you have already evolved it into seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Just a one step away from the supreme soul-warming lotus. What a surprise! What a pleasant surprise! Who would have thought that there would be such a precious heaven and earth treasure in this star field? It looks like that this king didn't waste his yuan qi by coming here. It was well worth it. That person didn't seem to care about Yang Kai at all. His eyes were completely glued on the soul-warming lotus. He was very excited. His figure jolted again as he stared blankly at the sky above the knowledge sea. An even crazier look flickered in his eyes as he shouted in excitement, "Star chart? It's actually the star chart of this star field. Ha ha ha! I have really been wearing out the iron shoes just to find it in my backyard. Lady Luck is on my side. Lady Luck is on my side. Ha ha ha! Your Excellency? Who are you? You are not Mu Wu?" Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Although this guy was giving Yang Kai a feeling of threat, they were in the world of his knowledge sea. He was the master of this world. Therefore, he wasn't that afraid. That man, on the other hand, just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently before his gaze turned colder. Under this gaze, Yang Kai felt like an ant being stared at by a giant dragon, as if he was just an insignificant being in this man's eyes. Yang Kai was completely shaken up. Yang Kai's martial Dao will was extremely firm and resilient. All the enemies he had faced along his journey were far stronger than him. He was currently an Origin King realm cultivator. Even a third-order Origin King couldn't give him a feeling of inferiority. But this man... Yang Kai composed himself, dispelling the feeling of inferiority in his heart before speaking in a cold voice. "Your Excellency must be that sir mentioned by Mu Wu." The opposite party raised his brow as he said with a shadow of a smile lingering on his face. "Kid, this king is surprised to see a talented young kid like you in this star field, who not only has good cultivation but also good disposition at such a young age. Kid, you will surely become a great tool in time. Yes, this king is that sir mentioned by Mu Wu. So to say, you attached a ray of your divine sense to Mu Wu to prevent Mu Wu from revealing the secret of spirit-devouring array. Once he wants to tell the secret, you will show up to stop him. Am I right? What a smart lad. You are worth teaching." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai had some inkling of an idea about this man's origin from the man's self-talk and the brief conversation with him. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and asked with a smile, "Can I ask you a question, sir? Have you heard of someone called Insect Emperor?" The man's figure suddenly quivered upon hearing these words. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes as he cried in surprise. A trivial ant like you actually know the existence of Sir Insect Emperor? It seems there is more to you than meets the eyes. Hee. I understand. You too are from that place. So you know about the star boundary? That man gazed at Yang Kai with even more surprise and disbelief. Who are you? He finally looked squarely at Yang Kai. So that place is called Star Boundary. Yang Kai appeared to have been struck with a realization. At the same time, a look of yearning appeared on his face. You don't know? The figure frowned. He couldn't figure out why Yang Kai knew about the Insect Emperor but had never heard of the Star Boundary. He suddenly grew a little upset by the fact that he was disturbed by Yang Kai. He flung his hand and threatened, Kid, I don't care where you have heard about Sir Insect Emperor, but since you saw this king, I can't let you go. This king gives you two choices. Either die or surrender to this king. If you offer the soul-warming lotus with both your hands, this king might just consider letting you live. Thank you very much, sir. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed slightly, but then narrowed his eyes and said calmly, But I choose neither. You are courting death. The figure's face blackened in rage as his murderous intent surged. Although that man scolded Yang Kai fiercely, he had no intention of attacking Yang Kai. He just kept glaring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately broke into laughter. In that case, sir, please kill me. Yang Kai looked as if he wasn't afraid of death. He kept provoking the man. The figure's face blackened in anger. What's wrong? You don't dare to, or you can't. Yang Kai's glare suddenly became as sharp as a sword, trying to pierce straight into that figure's heart to see through his lie and truth. But the figure remained as stable as a mountain. Yang Kai's voice grew heavier as he sneered again and again. Perhaps if it was your true body here, I would not have a chance to resist. I might not know how strong you are, but a cultivator of my level should not be able to resist you. Even still, a trivial wisp of soul wants me to surrender without a fight? Are you an idiot? This is my knowledge sea. I am the master here. Just as he said this, the calm sea below them suddenly started to swell as thick water columns rose from the sea, one after another. It gave the impression of an evil dragon waking up from its sleep. The knowledge sea was suddenly filled with intense murderous intention. The figure slowly took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. He finally nodded his affirmation and praised, Kid, you really are extraordinary. It looks like this king underestimated you. Now that you have seen through everything, this king has no excuse. Kid, you better take care of your life. This king will come for you. You better not die before that. Having said this, he suddenly formed some mysterious seals with his hands as his figure started to slowly fade away. You want to leave? Yang Kai shouted furiously. This is my knowledge sea. It's not your own backyard where you can come and go as you like. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden glow bloomed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea as the demon eye of annihilation emerged over the knowledge sea, shooting the golden light of annihilation straight down at the figure and enveloping him inside. The fading figure solidified as if it was imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure furrowed his brow as he wondered suspiciously, What kind of power is this? How strange. It's actually dispersing my wisp of soul. Suddenly, his body jolted, scattering the golden light of annihilation. The man then kept retreating again and again. Yang Kai was unable to get close to him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, dozens of evil dragons formed by the energy of Yang Kai's knowledge sea swarmed at the figure from all directions, biting at him viciously. An extremely solemn look immediately appeared on the figure's face. He then drew a semicircle before him as a curtain of light appeared around his soul phantom to protect him. Bang, boom, bang. The evil dragons crashed into the curtain of light with deafening claps. Yang Kai's knowledge sea momentarily shook, and even his soul avatar grew extremely weak. It was a head-on confrontation between souls. No matter who won and who lost, Yang Kai and that man would be severely injured. Yang Kai didn't come out scot-free, but neither did that figure. It too paid an equal price. This wasn't ordinary spiritual energy, but the power of mutated fire attribute divine sense. He might not have been annihilated under this wave of attack, but that scorching power was burning his soul. He was in great pain. After having resisted dozens of dragon attacks, the figure started to grow transparent as if it might collapse any moment. Moreover, a scorching hot energy could be vaguely seen coursing through the figure, eroding his soul power continuously. "Great, you are really good," the figure greeted his teeth as he glared at Xianxia in anger. "A trivial ant actually dares to harm this king's soul phantom. This king has noted this and will make you pay 100 times for this someday." Just as he finished speaking, he formed some seals again as his figure completely faded from Xianxia's knowledge sea. However, Xianxia vaguely noticed him throw a seal into his knowledge sea before leaving. After 3 breaths, the turmoil in his knowledge sea slowly calmed down. A pale Xianxia stood there carefully sensing the entirety of his knowledge sea. That mysterious figure had already left. There was no doubt in this as there was no aura of him. But what seal did he leave before he left? Where is it hiding? Xianxia couldn't sense it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart, making Xianxia extremely uncomfortable. However, that was just a soul phantom, perhaps just a wisp of that man's divine sense. But that guy can come and go in my knowledge sea as he likes. Even a third-order origin king can't do this. That guy should be on par with Yang Yen and Insect Emperor? What Xianxia was sure of was that he, Yang Yen, and Insect Emperor came from the same place. And that place was called Star Boundary. It was something of higher level than Star Field. There were 2 things Xianxia was concerned about. The first was that he paid great attention to the soul-warming lotus in Xianxia's knowledge. He was even more excited at the sight of Star Chart than when he saw the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. What's the secret of this star chart? Xianxia was extremely puzzled. Since he got this star chart, Xianxia had only used it to identify his bearing. He hadn't found any other use. But that guy cared so much about this star chart. He yearned for it more than the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there is some secret about it that I am unaware of. The second was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Much to Xianxia's surprise, that figure said that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could be evolved into supreme soul-warming lotus. Xianxia always believed the 7-colored form to be the final form of the soul-warming lotus. It never occurred to him that it had even higher form. This soul-warming lotus had brought great benefits to Xianxia. The reason why his spiritual energy was so strong, not the least bit weaker than a third-order origin king's, was all due to the constant warming of his soul by this precious heaven and earth treasure. The 7-colored form of the soul-warming lotus had already given Xianxia untold benefits. If it evolved again, Xianxia's heart was beating crazily in excitement. He had gained a lot of information just having talked with that figure for such a short while. He failed to come to his senses for a long time. After a full 15 minutes, Xianxia finally dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. He then dispersed his soul avatar as his divine sense returned to his body. He glanced back and noticed a pale Mu Wu sitting by his side, motionless. Apparently, abolishing his cultivation had caused his vitality to weaken. Even those origin-returning realm masters hadn't moved an inch. After having seen Xianxia cripple Mu Wu without even breaking a sweat, how could they dare to have other thoughts? They didn't dare to escape, even if Xianxia was standing still. They were afraid of angering Xianxia and causing their own doom. Only at this moment did they notice Xianxia look at them, and these origin-returning realm masters were struck with panic. Each of them forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Young hero, please give us a chance to live. We were also forced by Mu Wu. We had no choice but to help a tyrant oppress the innocents. We are regretting it now and hope that young hero will give us a chance to live. We will listen to young hero's order from now on. We will not even hesitate even if we have to climb a mountain of blades or tread through a sea of fire," one of them begged quickly. As soon as he took the lead, the others also voiced their own difficulties. They accused Mu Wu for being overbearing and brutal. They cast their relationship with the spirit-devouring sect aside and pushed all the blame on Mu Wu. Pooh! The already weakened Mu Wu was so angered by this that he could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood. He died right then and there. Yang Kai coldly looked at their ugly faces. He was already feeling worse because of the mess made by that figure. How could he bear to listen to their bullshit? A golden flash of light illuminated this dim space as golden blood threads shot out from Yang Kai, taking their lives instantly. Afterwards, Yang Kai picked up their space rings and went through them, one by one. He found nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals from their space ring. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals by the star source and formed some seals before pointing at the crystals. Boom! All the spirit-devouring crystals burst with a muffled explosion, releasing a tide of world energy that spread in all directions. From the start, the energy in these spirit-devouring crystals belonged to Tongshan realm. Yang Kai was just returning it to where it belonged. Soon, the world energy of his homeland would improve. After having done all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered it, letting Xiao take it back to the surface. At this same time, on a cultivation star billions of miles away from Tongshan realm, a man was sitting in a cross-legged position in a valley rich in world energy. He sat there as if he was blended into heaven and the earth. Even a third-order origin king would fail to sense his existence if he hadn't laid his eyes on him. Butterflies were dancing around him. A bird was even sitting on top of his head, gracefully combing its feathers with its beak. As far as the bird was concerned, standing on top of this person's head was no different than standing on an ordinary branch. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had surpassed the entire star field, reaching the rumored self-existing Tao realm. If those so-called third-order origin kings saw this, they would immediately kowtow in worship. The man's body suddenly jolted as he fiercely opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. After a short while, a streak of imperceptible energy shot over from the distance, drilling into his body. The man then closed his eyes and felt it silently. His body jolted again after a while before he screamed in surprise. A 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the star field map. These two treasures are actually on the same guy? Isn't his luck heaven-defying? But so what? Since you dared to harm this king's soul phantom, how can this king let you go? However, I will let you keep them for the time being. With this king's soul-seeking seal on you, you will never be able to escape from me, even if you fled to the ends of the world. Having said this, he slowly stood up as a cruel gleam flashed in his eyes. He thought for a while and said to himself, "All right, I haven't found any strong energy fluctuation in this star field even after a century, so it seems like this star field really doesn't have a protector. If that's the case, then it will become a stepping stone for this king to mount the throne." After having said this, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips as his entire figure strangely sank into the earth. In just a moment, he had reached the depths of the planet's core, standing before the star source of this cultivation star. His hands danced in the air as he punched seals into the star source, one after another. The world energy of this cultivation star started to surge with this man's movement, converging towards the star source before being sucked in by this man. All the cultivators on this cultivation star instantly noticed that there was something wrong. They could clearly feel the world energy around them getting thinner and thinner at a horrendous rate, but they had no idea what was going on. In Tongshan realm, there was a cultivation paradise that had given birth to many talents. It was the world-famous 9 Heavens Holy Land, which was surrounded by 9 peaks. Strength was revered here. It had untold masters and was the ruler of the entire Tongshan realm. But many years ago, the people in the 9 Heavens Holy Land had disappeared all of a sudden. No one knew where they left. Some rumors had it that they were taken to the vast star field by the 9 Heavens Holy Lord, but others said that they had provoked some extremely powerful character and were completely annihilated. There were all kinds of tales, but no one had a clear idea. Be that as it may, 9 Heavens Holy Land no longer had any owner. Many sects and families were eyeing this paradise. After the disappearance of the 9 Heavens Holy Land disciples, everyone was locked in a fierce struggle to grab it, leading to many fights and friction in which countless people lost their lives. Afterwards, this paradise fell into the hands of 2 cultivators, Linyu Hao and Yi Zhengkai. Both of them were lone wolves with no fixed abode, and they had no reputation, for they had never participated in worldly affairs. They only cared about wine and roses, and their goal in life was to tour the entire continent, taste all the best dishes and see all the famous scenic spots. But when they were passing by the 9 heavens holy land, saw its rich world energy and beautiful scenery, they occupied it impolitely. Both of them were third-order saints, so how could any run-of-the-mill sect or family stop them? All they could do was retreat unwillingly. This status quo remained for several years, and the two of them slowly got accustomed to this place, so they never left. At this moment, the two were sitting in a pavilion located on one of the 9 peaks facing each other, boiling tea and discussing the Tao. All in all, they were enjoying themselves. They were surrounded by a dozen or so beautiful young girls who served the duo. Their beautiful eyes were glimmering with a strange glow. All these girls were either rescued by the duo during their travels or brought back when their family was destroyed. All of them had either lost their homes or were bullied by villains, unable to defend themselves. These two were free and easygoing. They neither competed with others nor with the world, and were handsome and suave. Despite being third-order saints, the strongest cultivators in Tongxian realm, they were very amiable and therefore loved and admired by these girls. At this moment, a Go board filled with crisscross black and white pieces was lying on a stone table between the two. The way they played was also in line with their temperament. There was no sense of killing on the chessboard. Amazingly, they had surrounded many of each other's pieces but had not taken them out. Brother E, I heard that the money sect that had 3,000 members was destroyed by a group of people with unknown origins a few days ago. Apart from the people who died or fled, the rest were enslaved by them. These outsiders are really abominable. Lin Yu Hao gracefully placed a piece, but a faint worry was quite visible on his face. Xianxia fiddled with the piece but didn't place it. He then raised his head and glanced at Lin Yu Hao before speaking indifferently. Is Brother Lin planning on leaving and doing something about it? Lin Yu Hao chuckled as he opened the folding fan in his hand and fanned himself. He then said, Back then, when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore that we will only seek freedom and will not kill anyone in this life, and if we do, we should be struck by lightning and split asunder. It's tragic. Many people have lost their families, but what's that got to do with me? Does Brother Lin actually think so? Xianxia looked at Lin Yu Hao with a shadow of a smile on his lips as he went straight to the heart of the matter. I'm afraid that's not the case. Brother Lin has been upset these days. Even your playing style has changed. The latter lowered his head and pulled the Go board before him before laughing in embarrassment. Haha, that's really the case. My last move was really wrong. Brother Lin didn't make a wrong move, but Brother Lin's heart is filled with murderous intent. Having said this, Xianxia placed his pieces with a solemn look on his face. At that moment, the entire atmosphere of the board changed. Its original calm atmosphere immediately turned fierce and murderous. That cold, murderous intent seemed as if it would flow out of the board and soar straight to the sky. Lin Yu Hao's expression changed ever so slightly as he remarked calmly, Brother Ian, it might not be a bad idea. Xianxia burst into laughter. You and I are indeed sword brothers. We even think alike. Lin Yu Hao heaved a sigh. All these years, you and I only cared about living freely. We never really cared about the life and death of others on this continent. Even these girls. He glanced at the girls around him as a trace of guilt appeared on his face. I really couldn't ignore them, so I brought them back. I have been living freely for most of my life. But sometimes I think, is that kind of living really good? In the past, when the bone race revived, we completely ignored it. But the masters of 3 races, the human, monster, and demon race, under the leadership of 9 Heavens Holy Lord, defeated them and protected this land. If not for the 9 Heavens Holy Land Lord and the masters of 3 races, you and I wouldn't have been able to live freely all these years. I'm afraid our bones would have been swallowed by the bone race already. So could we make tea and discuss Tao today? You are right. Xianxia nodded his agreement and said, So Brother Lin is thinking what this E is thinking. In the past, we should have fought with the masters of 3 races. Even if we might have ended up dead, we would have died with a clear conscience. Whenever I think about what happened back then, this Lin feels uneasy. The peace of this continent was bought with their lives, but we have been enjoying and squandering it wantonly. We don't deserve this. Lin Yuhao had a guilty smile on his face. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. But now we have a chance to rectify it. Would Brother Lin join this to follow the footsteps of Nine Heaven's Holy Landlord and make up for the regrets in my heart? It's only right and proper. Lin Yuhao stood up at once and proclaimed with heroic ardor. This continent birthed and raised me. How can I watch those outsiders act recklessly? You and I are the strongest cultivators in this world. If even we don't do anything, then who would raise this banner? Well said. Xianxia clapped and stood up. Since Brother Lin has made up his mind, then this will bet his life and join you in this fight. Depending on you too? A disdainful voice suddenly rang. The righteous and passionate flame in Lin Yuhao and Xianxia's hearts was suddenly doused with cold water. Their expressions immediately changed as they looked around and shouted, "Who's there?" Just as their words fell, a young man appeared out of nowhere and approached them step by step, treading the air with a scornful smile hanging on his lips. He appeared without warning, as if he had come out of the void. Xianxia and Lin Yuhao immediately focused their gaze straight at him before releasing their divine sense towards the young man. But the two brothers turned pale as they noticed that their divine sense went right through him. Like a rock sinking into the sea, they didn't get any reaction. More importantly, they couldn't sense any energy fluctuation coming from the young man. He gave the impression of an ordinary person. However, the two knew that this young man was far from ordinary, and it was all because his cultivation far superseded theirs. Are you an outsider who is wreaking havoc on the continent? Xianxia appeared to have been struck with a realization, and he asked aloud, at the same time winking at Lin Yuhao. The duo secretly started circulating their Saint Qi, preparing to fight to their deaths if something went wrong. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't even pay any attention to them. He just walked right by them and sat down by the stone table. He then beckoned to a dazed girl and said with a smile, "Miss, can you pour me a cup of tea? I just had a fight with someone, so I'm really thirsty." But that girl didn't move an inch, as if she was still reeling from a big shock. In these girls' opinion, Lin Yuhao and Xianxia were almost omnipotent. They were the strongest people in the world, but when Xianxia appeared, the two men they admired looked as if they had encountered the god of plague. Their foreheads were drenched in sweat. The girl immediately wondered what made Xianxia so tyrannical. He looked very ordinary, but after having heard Xianxia, she gritted her teeth and said, "Bad guy, I will not pour you the tea prepared for the young lords." "Bad guy?" Xianxia was taken aback. He pointed to his nose and asked, "Me? How do I look like a bad guy to you? You are one of the outsiders who had been killing and enslaving us. If you aren't a bad guy, what are you?" "A good guy." The girl was young and ignorant. She spoke rudely. She didn't give even a bit of face to Xianxia. Not just her, the dozen or so girls standing nearby were all glaring at Xianxia. Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable under their murderous gazes. He touched his nose and said, feeling ill at ease, "When did I say I was an outsider? Just because your young lord said so? Do you trust him so much? Young lord is always right." The girl straightened her chest, which just emphasized her developing chest. It was quite an interesting sight. Xianxia took a side glance at Xianxia before chuckling. Xianxia's face turned ugly. He quickly reprimanded, lest Xianxia was offended. "Linger, don't be rude. Pour tea for this friend." After Xianxia had spoken, the girl named Linger reluctantly walked up to Xianxia, picked up the teapot, and filled up a cup before retreating angrily. "Thanks." Xianxia thanked as he picked the cup and drank in one go. "It's just passable." "Just passable?" Lin Yuhai's veins bulged in anger as he quickly retorted, "Do you what kind of tea is this?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. Lin Yuhao let out a cold snort and explained, "It's white snow of sun. No money can buy it because it will only be produced once or twice in a century. Also, it's prepared using supreme true water, yet you said it's just—" All right. Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted his grumbles. "It's just tea, isn't it? Isn't it just used for drinking? What's the point of praising it so much? It will be gone in one sip. You? Lin Yuhao was almost angered to death. Xianxia said, Brother Lin, why are you explaining this to him? You can see in one glance. This guy is not a man of elegance. Humph! Lin Yuhao let out a cold snort. What's the point of elegance? Xianxia sneered. Can you eat it? Can it kill anyone? The world is in chaos. If you are so elegant, why don't you two wield this elegance and kill those guys, returning peace and order to this continent? Just as Xianxia said this, Lin Yuhao and Xianxia looked embarrassed. Lin Yuhao tried to justify himself. You don't need to tell us. Brother Yi and I were just about to go out and teach those scoundrels a good lesson. Forget it. Xianxia burst into laughter. You two would just be slapped to death if you really went with just this level of strength. How dare you humiliate us? Lin Yuhao blew his top. He formed some weird seals and shouted angrily. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to humiliate Brother Yi and I, be ready to accept due punishment. Plucking flower finger. Lin Yuhao and Xianxia were both straightforward people that could not bear being so despised and humiliated by Xianxia. Plucking flower finger was a supreme secret technique that Lin Yuhao had developed after many years. It was extremely powerful and could kill the target without drawing any blood, very much in line with his style. In a flash, a flower made of world energy shot out from his finger, while an invisible energy locked on to Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood aside. He had no intention of attacking with Lin Yuhao, focusing all his attention on Xianxia instead. He had a hunch that Lin Yuhao's ultimate technique would be useless against Xianxia because this young man seemed very strong. Be that as it may, he could gauge Xianxia's depth through Xianxia's reaction. So Xianxia was keeping an eye on him. But in the next moment, a look of terror took over his face as he muttered to himself, How is this possible? Xianxia didn't even move his body. All he did was gently blow, and it directly dispersed Lin Yuhao's plucking flower finger, the flowers scattering into petals before it could touch Xianxia. Lin Yuhao was also dumbstruck. He glanced at Xianxia as a chill ran down his spine. The other party had broken his strongest secret technique just like that. Evidence that Xianxia's cultivation had reached a level that the two couldn't even fathom. Even if there was too big of a gap in their cultivation, such a thing was still impossible. What a superb secret technique. Xianxia chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Can't play a big role. It sounded insulting, but rather than feeling insulted, a pondering look appeared on Lin Yuhao's face. In cultivation, it didn't matter who started cultivating first. What mattered was who had higher cultivation. Xianxia might seem young, but he was naturally qualified to comment with his strength. Having said this, Xianxia's face sank again. You two have been hiding here, drinking tea and discussing the Tao without paying attention to the worldly affairs. It might look like you are free and unrestrained, but are you really free to do as you like? Lin Yuhao and Xianxia looked at each other. An embarrassed look appeared on their faces. Xianxia sneered and continued. If you feel that you are free and at peace, then forget it, but I don't think you are. If you want to escape from the world, then why care about the world? Why bring trouble to yourself for nothing? It's really ridiculous. Either seclude yourself in the mountains and forests for your entire life or enter the world of mortals, enjoying all aspects of life. On the road of martial Tao, your heart needs to be free and at ease. You need to keep forging ahead with firm determination. If you calculate your gain and losses, being overly cautious and indecisive, you will never achieve anything in your life. Needs to be free and at ease. Lin Yuhao and Xianxia were hit with a shock. A pondering look immediately appeared on their faces. Their expression kept on changing. Sometimes they looked confused. Sometimes they looked excited. It seemed as if they were comprehending something. Xianxia glanced at them and chuckled. He then beckoned to the girl named Linger. Miss, pour me another cup, and don't be so angry. Linger nibbled her lips and hugged the teapot tightly while glaring at Xianxia. It seemed as if she could guard it with her life. Xianxia rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Right at this moment, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky. Their long roars immediately summoned the winds and clouds. In the blink of an eye, the 9 heavens holy land was covered in lightning and thunder. It seemed as if a blanket of dark clouds had fallen from above. Oh? It looks like they are about to advance. Yang Kai looked at the sky. It was clearly the baptism of the world that a cultivator had to face when he was about to break through by a great realm. He hadn't expected these two guys, who had occupied the 9 heavens holy land like a dove occupies the magpie's nest, would break through their own shackles because of his words. Just from this, it was quite evident that these two guys were very talented. It was just that they were limited by the meager world energy of Tongxian realm, and were unable to break through. Just as they finished howling, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai flew into the sky with a serious look on their faces and separated from each other, preparing to face the world energy baptism. What did you do to the two young lords? Linger's beautiful face lost all color as she rushed to Yang Kai and asked loudly. The other girls also rushed over and surrounded Yang Kai. Worry and anger were clearly visible in their beautiful eyes. Worried for Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai while angry at Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as something happened to Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai, they would beat Yang Kai to death. I didn't do anything. Weren't you watching? Yang Kai was in a jam. I just spoke a few words to them, that's all. Then why are they like this? Linger was on the verge of crying. Don't worry. They will come down stronger in a while, Yang Kai patiently explained. Save it for someone who would believe you, you scoundrel. Sisters, let's beat him up. A round-faced girl from the crowd shouted angrily. Just as she proposed this, all the girls raised their fists and rained their punches at Yang Kai. Huh, where is he? In the next moment, Linger screamed in shock. She was shocked to discover that Yang Kai, who should be sitting on the chair, couldn't be found anywhere. All their punches just hit the air. Was he a ghost? That round-faced girl turned pale as she asked cautiously. Just as she said this, everyone turned pale and shuddered in horror when they recalled that they had been with the ghost for so long. On one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai heaved a sigh. The girls are afraid of nothing these days. These girls' martial Dao cultivation might not be high, but their determination to defend Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai was not a joke. It really made Yang Kai helpless. If he stayed any longer, he might have been crushed by the waves. So Yang Kai had no choice but to flee decisively. In the sky, 2 human figures stood in the air as the might of heaven and earth struck them one after another, making them scream, but their cries contained unyielding will and joy. After a long while, the phenomena over the 9 heavens holy land finally and slowly scattered. Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhangkai immediately appeared in the pavilion at the same time. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. Although the two looked quite embarrassed, they had already broken through the Saint Realm and advanced to the Saint King Realm. Young lords, are you all right? Linger and the girls anxiously rushed over and asked. We are okay. Well, where's that friend? Lin Yu Hao looked around, but when he didn't find Yang Kai, he was shocked. That ghost was driven away by us. Linger waved her fist as she claimed the credit. Ghost? Yi Zhangkai's face twitched a little. Although he had no idea how strong Yang Kai was, judging by the fact that Lin Yu Hao and he advanced simultaneously with just a few words from him was a proof in itself that Yang Kai stood at a height they could only look up to. Even if they had broken through to the Saint Realm, they didn't dare to compare themselves with Yang Kai. Such a powerful expert had been called a ghost by these girls. You actually drove him away? Lin Yu Hao looked upset. Young lord, did we do something wrong? Linger asked nervously. No harm, no harm. Yi Zhangkai hurriedly waved his hand. It's not related to you. You guys. Yi Zhangkai abruptly paused before he could finish anything. He perked his ears to listen closely. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. He immediately looked at Lin Yu Hao and found that he too was looking at him happily. The two understood each other and nodded slightly. You guys stay here, Brother Yi, and I will be back in a jiffy. Lin Yu Hao ordered before he stamped on the ground and shot towards a direction. Yi Zhangkai closely followed behind him. After a few minutes, the two simultaneously arrived at the peak where Yang Kai was. When they caught sight of that mysterious and eminent figure, both of them turned serious and cupped their fists. "Thank you very much for your advice, Senior. I hope Senior can forgive us for our past transgression." Although they didn't know how old Xianxia was, since he was stronger than them, he might be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Addressing him as a senior wasn't shameful. "Senior?" Xianxia touched his nose and said with a chuckle, "Don't address me like that. I'm very young. Furthermore, I didn't point you to how to break through, you broke through on your own. It has nothing to do with me." Had Lin Yuhao and Xianxia not prepared to go out and contribute to the continent, Xianxia would not have bothered to pay attention to them. At first, he had decided to drive the two away. This Nine Heavens Holy Land was his territory, so he wanted to lay a cross-cultivation star space array here. How could he allow someone else to occupy it? But after he noticed that these two were good-hearted, Xianxia came up with another idea. Lin Yuhao and Xianxia looked at each other before the former asked, "Then, how do we address you, friend?" "Xianxia." "Xianxia?" Xianxia furrowed his brow. Where have I heard this name? It sounds so familiar. Your Excellency, you wouldn't happen to be—" Lin Yuhao, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia in shock. "Are you?" Xianxia smiled and nodded. "It's really you?" Lin Yuhao was dumbfounded. "Brother Lin." Xianxia looked at Lin Yuhao for help. He still hadn't figured out where he had heard the name Xianxia. "Brother E is truly forgetful." Lin Yuhao smiled bitterly. "Weren't we just discussing that we will follow the Nine Heavens Holy Lord's footsteps? Now, that very Lord had appeared before us and Brother E can't even recognize him?" Xianxia lost his voice. "Nine Heavens Holy Lord? So you are the Nine Heavens Holy Lord?" Nine Heavens Holy Landlord was like the great demon god to the entire Tongxian realm. He was a legendary figure. Many people only knew of Nine Heavens Holy Land Lord but unaware of his name, just like the great demon god. After so many years, everyone only knew of great demon god, but most had forgotten his name. Xianxia couldn't recall for a while, but when Lin Yuhao reminded him, he was completely shocked. In the next moment, his expression changed as drops of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He immediately cupped his fists and apologized. "It turns out that Holy Master Yang had appeared before us, but Brother Lin and I had eyes but failed to see. I hope Holy Master Yang will forgive us." Lin Yuhao too apologized in horror. "Since Holy Master Yang has returned, Brother E and I will immediately leave the Nine Heavens Holy Land. I hope Holy Master Yang won't blame us for disturbing this paradise." Occupying someone else's headquarters without even informing them was a very serious issue. Although the Nine Heavens Holy Land had been empty for many years, it didn't mean that one could occupy it at will. In case Xianxia chose to look into it, Lin Yuhao and Xianxia would not be able to compensate for it with their deaths, no matter how many lives they had. So, after they came to know Xianxia's identity, Lin Yuhao had immediately decided to withdraw. "Why? You don't have to leave," Xianxia chuckled. But Lin Yuhao looked horrified. He immediately tried to explain, "Holy Master Yang, Brother E, and I had no idea that you were still in Tongxian realm. We thought you had—" "You don't have to explain." "Well, I don't mean to make trouble for you." Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted him before adding in an indifferent manner, "If you like this place, I can gift you the Nine Heavens Holy Land." "Gift us?" The two were really dumbstruck this time. They had no idea what Xianxia was cooking. "That's right, gift you." Xianxia nodded. "But you have to do something for me." Lin Yuhao sunk into silence for a moment before asking cautiously, "I wonder what we can do for you. Holy Master Yang, can you please elaborate?" "It's nothing big. You don't have to be so nervous." Xianxia smiled kindly. "You just have to keep watch on this place, stopping any outsiders from coming in at will. I will be arranging a spirit array here, and you just have to guard that spirit array in the future." "So simple?" Xianxia was extremely surprised. "It's just that simple." Xianxia nodded. "Of course, I don't like forcing anyone. If you don't want to, then forget it. I will find someone else." Lin Yuhao and Xianxia glanced at each other. They were finding it rather difficult to make up their minds. Even though Yang Kai looked calm and relaxed when he mentioned this, they knew that the spirit array should be of absolute importance. If they couldn't guard it well, they would just be offending Yang Kai for no reason, and judging by the strength Yang Kai had just displayed, it was not a responsibility they could bear. The two exchanged glances and conversed with their divine senses for a long time, but they couldn't reach an agreement. "Oh, you two seem reluctant. If that's the case, then forget it, I'll look for someone else. It doesn't matter if their cultivation is low, I will give them some artifacts, pills, and secret arts. That will be enough to guard this place." While speaking, Yang Kai turned around to leave. "Wait!" Lin Yu Hao stopped him at once. A serious look appeared on his face as he said, "Holy Master Yang, please wait, we have already decided." "Really?" Yang Kai turned and looked at them. "Yes." Zhang Kai hurriedly nodded his agreement. Back then, Holy Master Yang commanded the masters of 3 races and confronted the Bone race, defending the continent. Although our cultivation is low, we have received Holy Master Yang's guidance. We don't want to just drag out our ignoble existence anymore. We would like to contribute to the peace of this continent. We might not have an idea what spirit array Holy Master Yang wants us to guard, but since it's laid by Holy Master Yang, it must be related to the safety of the continent. It's our duty, and we can't decline it. So please leave it to us, Holy Master Yang. Lin Yu Hao said in a loud and sonorous voice. "You don't need to force yourselves." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. "I don't like to force others. It will be very boring to guard the spirit array here. You might even need to guard it for generations." "Why would that be difficult?" Zhang Kai proudly said. "Brother Lin and I don't like to hustle and bustle. We like to keep away from distracting thoughts and desires. The Holy Land is beautiful and rich in world energy. It would be a great honor for us to stay here. So how can it be boring?" "Brother E is right." Lin Yu Hao nodded with an earnest look. "This seems to be very important. If Holy Master Yang has no candidates, I hope Holy Master Yang can consider us 2 brothers. But your cultivation is a little low." Yang Kai rubbed his chin as if he was being picky. "We aren't that old. Also, we have broken past the Saint Realm. We will grow stronger as long as we keep on cultivating." Lin Yu Hao eagerly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a long while before he heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it. Since you insist so much, this Holy Master would entrust you with this important task. I hope you don't take it lightly, you must guard this place well. Holy Master Yang, don't worry. As long as we 2 are alive, no outsider can set foot in Holy Land. If anyone dares to force themselves in, we will stop and kill them within 5 steps. Lin Yu Hao said in a low and deep voice. "Great. I like this kind of determination. Then, I will leave the Holy Land to you too. I hope you will pay more attention to it." Zhang Kai and Li Yu Hao were overjoyed upon hearing this. The former put a grin on his face and said, "Holy Master Yang, you mentioned gifting some secret techniques and pills. And secret arts. Cough cough." Lin Yu Hao coughed in embarrassment. "I'll find something suitable for you." Having said this, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring. There were many things in his space ring, looted after killing his enemies. Naturally, there was no shortage for Lin Yu Hao and Zhang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai took out a few Saint King grade artifacts and numerous spirit pills. He also taught them 2 suitable cultivation techniques and few secret techniques and martial skills. The 2 had never seen Saint King grade artifacts and pills, or the secret arts and secret techniques that seemed to be tailor-made for them. They could not hold their excitement. Although they pursued free and easy life, every cultivator yearned for stronger and higher martial Tao. Yang Kai seemed to have opened another door for them. After rejoicing, Zhang Kai seemed to have thought of something. He immediately notified in a solemn voice, "By the way, Holy Master Yang, many things have happened in Tongxian realm this year. A group of foreign cultivators had been wreaking havoc. I wonder whether Holy Master Yang would get rid of them." "You don't have to worry about this. I have already punished their leader. As for the remaining trash, my companion is cleaning them up. Peace and order will return to the continent in a few days," Yang Kai calmly said. Having heard Yang Kai speak of it in such a dismissive manner, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai were extremely shocked. They might not have any idea about how powerful these outsiders were, but judging by the fact that they could destroy and enslave those great forces, Tongxian realm cultivators definitely could not resist these outsiders. But much to their surprise and horror, these very outsiders were completely powerless before Yang Kai and would be wiped clean in just a few days. The two immediately realized Yang Kai's strength in disguise. You two have just advanced. If you don't know anything about your current realm, you can ask me. I will explain it to you. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. Since he wanted Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai to guard this place, he would naturally make them stronger. Therefore, he intended to help them. Lin Yu Hao was taken by surprise. He immediately asked, I hope Holy Master Yang can explain to us what realm we are actually in? Although we can feel that we have already surpassed Saint Realm, we are still at a loss. Aha! Due to Tongxian Realm Thin World Energy, Saint Realm is the highest anyone can generally reach, and it's natural that you don't understand this. Your current realm is called the Saint King Realm, a realm above the Saint. Above the Saint Realm. Both were dumbstruck. Over the next few hours, Yang Kai systematically taught Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai of the division of upper realms in the martial Tao, and also explained to them the matters they should pay attention to during cultivation. The two kept nodding over these hours. They had received a lot of benefits. Only after half a day did Yang Kai ask them to withdraw and consolidate their current realm. Meanwhile, he began to look for a suitable place to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. More than 10 days later, the cross-cultivation star space array had taken shape in the Holy Land. Yang Kai, after making the final adjustments, poured his Saint Qi into it. The array immediately started running, shining with dazzling white light and overflowing with an intense space force. It can really connect to Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai looked surprised. It looks like these space spirit crystals from the severed world are indeed extraordinary. He wasn't sure that the cross-cultivation star space array would connect to the one in the Azure Tree Star Palace. But after finishing it, he discovered that it was powerful enough to do so. The two cross-cultivation star space arrays resonated with each other as they established a mysterious connection in the void. All of this was due to those pure space spirit crystals. If he didn't bring them from the severed world and look for them outside, perhaps he would not have been able to achieve this. Isn't this a space array? Guizhu appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost. His eyes were glued to the array before him, incredibly surprised. Aha! It's a space array. Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. In fact, Guizhu had arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land a few days ago. It was just that Yang Kai was busy, so the former didn't bother him until now. After circling around the space array a few times, Guizhu shook his head and praised, It's really amazing. I'm afraid this old man will never be able to understand its mystery. This old man deserved to be trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Where can this array teleport? Azure Tree Star. What? Guizhu stood slack-jawed. You mean Azure Tree Star? The same Azure Tree Star of the Sword Union? Indeed. We are hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Azure Tree Star. Can just this one space array? There is not just this one. There are other space arrays in between the two. That's why the connection could be achieved. Yang Kai explained a little, but Guizhu still couldn't believe it. That was billions of kilometers away. Even with his cultivation, it would take almost a year to fly there, but now this distance was narrowed to 0 by 2 space arrays. Well, what's the result of Elder's action? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu and asked. All killed. Guizhu grinned. I also seized an origin-grade high-rank starship. This spirit-devouring sect is really rich. Excellent. What about the spirit-devouring crystals? Yang Kai looked at him with a happy smile. Guizhu immediately grew vigilant and said, What do you mean? Those are this elder's trophies. Even if it's sect master, you can't ask for it like this. Don't be so serious, elder. The energy in these spirit-devouring crystals belongs to this continent. It's reasonable to return it. Be good and give me those spirit-devouring crystals. Besides, they won't be of much help to you. They might improve your strength, but I'm afraid it would make your foundation unstable, and I don't think Elder would like that. After squabbling with Guizhou for a long time, Yang Kai finally got him to return those spirit-devouring crystals. In exchange, he would ask little senior sister to refine a few Origin King grade pills for him after returning to High Heaven sect. How would Guizhou know that little senior sister could refine Origin King grade pills easily? With her natural talent, she could refine pills with less effort than ordinary alchemists, so it was as simple a matter as asking. If he came to know this, he would probably call Yang Kai cunning and insidious. Guizhou brought back 40 to 50 spirit-devouring crystals, all of which were smashed by Yang Kai, returning their energy to this world. Tongxian realm was already connected to the entire star field and could continuously absorb the energy of stars. With Xianxia as its star master, it would surely prosper again in time. Next, Yang Kai summoned Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai from their retreat and gave a transmission token refined by him. He asked them to take good care of Nine Heavens Holy Land and enter the space array with the transmission token, reporting to Azure Tree Star, if Tongxian realm was in a crisis due to outsiders again. The two had just advanced to Saint King realm. They weren't that strong, and as such, Yang Kai left a blood beast just to be on the safe side. Naturally, it was the Steel Flame Ghost Spider that had reached the 10th order. Although the Steel Flame Ghost Spider's strength had declined slightly after being refined into a blood beast, anyone below the Origin King realm was not its opponent. Even if it was up against an Origin King, it could still deal with the situation. With the Steel Flame Ghost Spider guarding the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai could finally rest assured and leave. After he left Shadowed Star, he had arranged several cross-cultivation star space arrays along the road, completely connecting Shadowed Star with his homeland. In the future, it would be extremely convenient to go back and forth or to another cultivation star. This was just the beginning. Yang Kai's plan was to spread the cross-cultivation star space array throughout the star field so that every prosperous cultivation star would be connected. However, this was a time-consuming and laborious project. More importantly, it needed a lot of space spirit crystals, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. After arranging the matters of Tongxian realm, Yang Kai stepped into the space array with Guizhou, poured in his Saint Qi, and activated the spirit array. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai respectfully sent them off. Azure Tree Star, Twin Shark Island, Yang Kai's palace. He Zhao and He Miao sisters were sitting cross-legged in the depths of the palace, facing each other. The two sisters had no idea how profound the secret art they were cultivating was. As their palm came in contact with each other, their Saint Qi met and circulated non-stop in their bodies. Meanwhile, the world energy outside kept pouring into their acupoints. There was no wind blowing in the hall, yet their hair was dancing and their clothes were flapping continuously. At this time, the cross-cultivation star space array in the main hall gave off strange noises as it bloomed with a dazzling white glow. He Zhao and He Miao were instantly jolted in shock. They opened their pretty eyes and immediately stood up, looking towards the array. Someone came from Shadowed Star again, He Zhao said, pondering. Ever since Yang Kai left with Luolan, cultivators of the High Heaven sect kept arriving from Shadowed Star. All of them were at the peak of third-order Origin returning realm, and one had even reached the Origin King realm. The sisters gradually realized the power and heritage of the High Heaven sect, feeling proud to be a member of such a sect. Now, when they saw the spirit array up and running again, He Zhao suddenly thought that someone was coming from High Heaven sect again. As soon as her voice fell, two vague figures appeared in the center of the array and slowly grew distinct with time. After the white light dissipated, Yang Kai and Guizhou appeared at the same time. Ah, it's brother Yang Kai! He Miao cried in joy. The nearby He Zhao immediately knocked her head and rebuked, "It's sect master!" He Miao stuck out her tongue, showing a coy expression. The two sisters came to Yang Kai, elegantly bowed, and greeted with joy. "Greetings, sect master. Are you on duty here?" Yang Kai looked around and asked with a smile. "Yes," He Zhao replied with a sweet smile. "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded gently to her. Guizhou recovered from the long-distance teleportation only now. He shook his head and complained, looking ill at ease. "It was really uncomfortable. I felt like I was going to be swallowed by the void." Even someone as strong as he felt uncomfortable during this kind of super long-distance teleportation. As for those with weaker cultivation than his, it would take them a good long while to recover and stabilize their aura after each teleportation. If anyone stepped into the space array without the transmission token specifically refined by Xianxia, they would be banished into the endless void, unable to find their way forever. Hizeo looked at Guizhou with a frown. Guizhou was radiating a sinister and loathsome aura. It made her extremely uncomfortable. In just one glance, she could tell that he was far from good. She didn't understand how Xianxia could mingle with someone like him. Heh. Are these two little girls your sex disciples? Guizhou asked before Xianxia could explain. Hizeo, Himiao, and their master, Yushi, have been accepted into the high heavens sect by me, answered Xianxia, nodding his head. While answering, he beckoned to Hizeo and Himiao and said, "Come and greet Supreme Elder." Supreme Elder? Hizeo and Himiao were shocked. They hadn't expected this old guy with such a detestable aura to actually be their sect's Supreme Elder. But since Xianxia had said so, there would naturally be no mistake. They immediately converged their thoughts, bowed and greeted Guizhou earnestly. Disciple greets Supreme Elder. Ha ha ha. Guizhou suddenly started laughing like crazy. He looked very proud. He forced a kind smile, raised his hand and said, Relax, relax. You girls are pretty good. Well, since we are meeting for the first time, this old man will have to give you some gifts. Ah? It never occurred to Hizeo and Himiao that they would receive such benefits by just greeting. Amazed, they looked at Xianxia for his opinion. Xianxia looked at Guizhou with a strange look. He could easily guess that Guizhou, who had been alone for so long, was feeling a little complacent after suddenly becoming the Supreme Elder of High Heaven sect and respected by the disciples so much. Otherwise, why would he give them any gifts after just meeting the sect disciples? None of the other sect's Supreme Elders was so generous. All Supreme Elders were symbolic existences. They were the target of every disciple's admiration and worship. Only those disciples who had made great contributions to the sect or had outstanding aptitude would be eligible to meet them in person, let alone receive some advice and gifts. By acting like this, Guizhou might have shown the amiability of a Supreme Elder, but it was at the expense of His Majesty. However, that didn't matter. It was a novel experience for him. How could Xianxia stop it? He smiled and said, Since Supreme Elder is gifting you, take it. Hizeo and Himiao were overjoyed. They immediately thanked, Thank you, Supreme Elder. Guizhou smiled in return. He took out 2 copper lock-like things from his space ring as if he was already prepared. He waved his hand and said as the 2 copper locks floated to Hizeo and Himiao, This is a set of twin lock artifacts. They are not used for fighting, but to assist in cultivation. Refine them separately, and when you cultivate with these twin locks in the future, they will help you to reach the one heart and soul state, doubling your cultivation efficiency. How generous of Supreme Elder! Xianxia's eyes lit up immediately. Although this set of artifacts weren't high-grade, just releasing mid-rank origin grade fluctuations, these kinds of auxiliary artifacts were extremely rare. They were especially suitable for siblings like Hizeo and Himiao. Clearly, Guizhou had noticed that they were related by blood, so he especially gave them these twin locks. Guizhou smiled and didn't say anything, acting like a powerful master. Hizeo and Himiao sisters took the twin locks and played with them joyfully. Ask your master to come and see me. I have something to ask her. Having said this, Xianxia left the hall with Guizhou and moved to the bedroom. Yushi rushed over after a short while. She must have heard about Guizhou from Hizeo and Himiao, as she didn't look that surprised after meeting Guizhou. Rather, she generously bowed to Guizhou. How did the sect master's trip go? In the bedroom, Xianxia and Guizhou were sitting apart. Yushi stood before the right-hand seat and asked in a gentle voice. It was okay. Did anything unusual happen during my absence? Did any ignorant people come looking for trouble? Xianxia took a sip of tea and asked indifferently. Nothing happened. Now, everyone on Azure Tree Star knows that Twin Shark Island is under Senior Luolan's shelter, so no one dares to come here and seek their deaths. The cultivators are also living peacefully on the island, and would pay Saint Crystals as tribute every month. That's better. Did anyone come from the High Heaven sect? I was just about to report it to the sect master. Yushi smiled slightly with grace. Many people have come from the High Heaven sect after sect master left. This disciple has written down their names. Sect master, please check. Having said this, she stepped forward and offered a sheet of beast hide. Yang Kai went through it and found Chen Tong, Yang Xiuzhu, Lin Yu Rao, Chu Han Yi, Mu Yu, and others' names on it. Except for Chen Tong, who was in Origin King Realm, everyone else had reached the peak of Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Their purpose was self-evident. They wanted to use the world principles of Azure Tree Star to attack the barrier of Origin King Realm. Great Elder has also come? Yang Kai was puzzled at the sight of Yi Shiyun's name on the list. Yi Shiyun had once said that she wanted to protect Yang Yen. Before the Great Emperor woke up, she would never leave the High Heaven sect. And yet she had come to Azure Tree Star. Could it be? Having considered everything, Yang Kai was stunned. He hurriedly asked, "When did the Great Elder arrive?" "Great Elder Yi arrived 3 months ago. Do you know where she is now?" Judging by the eager look on Yang Kai's face, Yushi knew that this was important. She immediately answered in embarrassment. This disciple only knows that Temple Master Qian is currently in Azure Tree Palace to discuss the profundities of Origin King Realm. As for the others, please forgive me, Sect Master. Disciple has no idea where they have gone. After arriving here, every elder only told disciple that they are leaving to search for a secret place to enter retreat. Therefore, I'm not blaming you for this. You don't have to rebuke yourself. Yang Kai said in a comforting voice. Yi Shiyun and the others came here to break through to the Origin King Realm, so they went looking for a suitable place for their retreat. Azure Tree Star was so big, and they could easily find a secluded spot. How would Yushi know where they were? Yi Shiyun actually leaving Shadowed Star to come to Azure Tree Star came as a great shock to Yang Kai. Frowning, various thoughts churned in his mind as his expression fluctuated. Seeing him like this, Guizhu and Yushi did not disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai got up and said decisively, "Supreme Elder, let's return to the sect. I'd like nothing more." Guizhu grinned meaningfully. Although he had just joined High Heaven sect and could now be regarded as its Supreme Elder, he had yet to see the sect itself, so he was quite eager to. This was also his chance to establish a lofty and majestic image. Guizhu was interested in what being admired by thousands of people would feel like. Sect Master, Senior Luolan visited once after returning to Azure Tree Star and told this disciple that if Sect Master returned, she would very much like for him to visit Azure Tree Palace, or allow her to visit you here. Yushi saw Yang Kai about to leave and quickly reported. "That can wait. Luolan shouldn't have anything vital to discuss with me." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Just tell her that I will see her when I have time." Luolan probably just wanted to offer her thanks. After all, in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World, he had helped her a lot. If he had not given her that space mark, Luolan wouldn't have been able to move about freely. Although Yang Kai did not know how much she had gained exactly, it certainly was not a small amount. "Yes. Safe travels, Sect Master and Supreme Elder." Yushi bid formal farewells. "And you've worked hard as well. Take this little thing as a gift for our first meeting," Guizhu said, throwing something out. Yang Kai did not see what it was, but it should be an artifact. Yushi's voice cried out from behind as the pair walked off. "Many thanks for the gracious reward, Supreme Elder." Soon after, the two arrived at the room where the cross-cultivation star space array was placed, and under the admiring gazes of Hizeo and Miao, Yang Kai and Guizhu activated the array to travel to Shadowed Star. "This old master's luck seems a bit bad, following you and experiencing this unpleasant sensation without any chance to recuperate," Guizhu kept complaining. Although teleporting over 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in an instant was not an experience many could have, doing so multiple times in short order was truly unpleasant. Yang Kai just grinned and ignored him. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared from the palace. Azure Tree Star's space array only connected to the rich or star Yang Kai had discovered. So if he wanted to return to High Heaven Sect, he had to make a stopover there first to reach Shadowed Star. After arriving on the Ur Star, Yang Kai didn't disturb the disciples who were mining ore and just silently released his divine sense to confirm all was well before immediately activating the space array again. After so many consecutive transfers, when he appeared in the massive main square of the High Heaven Sect, Guizu's face was pale, and his whole body was a bit shaky. He did not cultivate Space Force like Yang Kai, so this kind of uninterrupted chain of ultra-long-distance transmissions really caused him some discomfort. It was only thanks to his profound cultivation that he was able to even stand here like this, otherwise, he would have already passed out. In the square, the disciples on duty saw Yang Kai and were immediately overjoyed. Sect Master has returned. Sect Master has returned. These disciples were some of the earliest cultivators to follow Yang Kai from the former Haiku family. Over the years, each of them had made great progress, the best of which being Wu Yi and Yu Feng, who were on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. As for the rest, all of them had at least reached the Saint King realm. One had to know that the most powerful cultivators in the Haiku family back then were only Saint Kings. If these disciples had remained in that family, they may not have been able to reach the Saint King realm even if they spent their entire lives cultivating. Yet all of them had achieved this milestone after following Yang Kai for just a few decades. While the disciples on guard duty shouted loudly, one of them ran over and began ringing a large bell that had been set up nearby. Dang 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 dang. The bell echoed among all 81 of High Heaven Sect's peaks, reaching every corner of the sect. In the next moment, it was as if the entire sect began to boil, and from the majestic peak streaks of light shot out and rushed towards the square. As if seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the disciple on duty quickly reported, "The two Madam Sect Masters issued an order are to ring this bell to inform them if Sect Master returns." So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning in the direction of pristine Ice Peak. His eyes softening as a warm smile appeared on his lips. He could feel that from pristine Ice Peak, Suyen was rushing over rapidly. From Pill Treasure Peak, the figure of little senior sister had also appeared and was riding the wind towards the square. The other peaks also had similar activity. There are a lot of disciples in the sect. Guizu looked around happily, doing his best to restrain the evil aura coming from his body, determined to make a good first impression. Soon after, a beautiful figure fell from the sky, wearing a long snow-white dress that paired perfectly with her warm jade-white skin. Her limpid eyes staring at Yang Kai as if trying to silently tell him she had longed to see him. Who else could it be but Suyen? In the next moment, little senior sister Xia Ningchang also landed and stood next to Suyen, showing both deep affection and shyness. Guizu's eyes flashed as he wore a meaningful grin and muttered, "Boy, seems you're quite lucky in love." As he thought so though, Guizu was also secretly astonished. With his level of vision, he could naturally tell that these two young women weren't just stunning beauties, but each had remarkable talent and prowess. Moreover, these two girls were both third-order origin returning realm cultivators, while the girl in white had an aura that was far stronger than average. The cold aura she radiated naturally even had some influence on his Saint Chi, being both oppressive and sharp. Although the girl in green did not have such an intimidating aura, the power hidden within her body was not to be underestimated. This sect seemed to be larger and more powerful than what he had imagined, causing Guizu to feel much more confident in his decision. After all, he was a second-order origin king, and although Yang Kai had tempted him to join by saying High Heaven Sect had several origin king-grade alchemists, if the sect itself was just a bunch of loose sand without any foundation, it would be uncomfortable for him to remain. At this moment, though, Guizu felt this sect had great future prospects. "Smelly brat, seems you finally remembered to come back after going out for so long." A low shout rang out from nearby. There was only one person who dared to talk to Yang Kai like this. Yang Kai turned his head and chuckled as he called out, "Father!" Yang Yingfeng's face was rosy, and although he had just been reprimanding his son, there was no way to hide the relief in his expression. Yang Kai going out for a few years had caused his father to worry, so seeing him safe and sound with both his arms and legs, Yang Yingfeng was finally able to put down the huge stone which was weighing on his heart. Oh, stop it. Our son is already big. Why do you insist on meddling so much? Dong Suzhu glared at Yang Yingfeng. You can't even manage these affairs, yet you dare call yourself a father? Yang Yingfeng smiled awkwardly. An old fortune-teller once told me that I would only fully realize my greatness later in life. So apparently, my time to rise has not come yet. When it does, I will surely soar up into the sky and become. Dong Suzhu narrowed her eyes as clear disbelief filled her expression. Yang Yingfeng immediately felt deflated and turned his ire towards Yang Kai. His eyes filled with bitterness. The square immediately became extremely lively, and just like every time Yang Kai returned, everyone warmly welcomed him. And then, the sect having such cohesion, it seems there's no need to worry about its future prospects. This old master feels very relieved. Guizhu suddenly found himself out of place and ignored, so he coughed lightly a few times to make his presence known. As a second-order origin king, he thought that he would be welcomed with the admiration and worship of the various disciples when he arrived here, but it seemed like no one even noticed him and all the attention and limelight were taken up by Yang Kai, causing Guizhu to feel a bit awkward in his heart. Yang Kai, this is... Ling Tai-su looked at Guizhu suspiciously and asked solemnly. Ling Tai-su was now also a third-order saint king. The masters from Tongxian realm, such as Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya, had all made great strides in recent years, but with their cultivation, it was only natural that they were unable to sense Guizhu's true depths and were thus puzzled about why Yang Kai had brought back such an inscrutable master. That's right, I forgot to introduce everyone. This is Senior Guizhu, who will be serving as Supreme Elder of High Heaven Sect in the future. Yang Kai straightened his face, pointed to Guizhu, and announced loudly, Supreme Elder? The crowd immediately went into an uproar as they stared at Guizhu curiously. After all, even a cultivator as powerful as Yi Shiyun was only the sect's great elder. High Heaven Sect had only been founded recently and didn't even have a Supreme Elder position. Now, suddenly having a Supreme Elder surprised everyone. After the initial surprise came speculation about Guizhu's cultivation realm. Since he was a Supreme Elder, a position below 1 but above 10,000, he needed corresponding strength. At the very least he should be stronger than the Great Elder. Great Elder was a peak third-order origin realm cultivator, so could this old man be an origin king? The hearts of everyone jumped. Supreme Elder is a second-order origin king. Even considering the entire starfield, he is a peak-level master, and it is the sect's good fortune he has decided to join. Yang Kai said, causing the entire square to fall silent as everyone stared at Guizhu in shock. Many of the disciples even showing looks of fanaticism and worship. A real origin king realm master and a second-order one at that. Shadowed Star was no longer an isolated cultivation star, and the information brought back from the outside world by Chen Tong and the others had spread far and wide. So the disciples here knew what a second-order origin king represented. A second-order origin king was a top master that could stand at the peak of the starfield. Besides a few old monsters that were in perennial retreat, second-order origin kings were the highest authority and strength in the starfield. The sect had actually attracted such a powerful person to join. For a while, the disciples felt like they were in a dream, unable to believe their ears. Haha, sect master is too serious. It is this old master's honor to join High Heaven Sect. Guizhu chuckled, very satisfied with the reactions of the disciples in front of him. Trying to remain humble but also make a strong impression, he slowly released his second-order origin king aura to allow the disciples to feel his strength while smiling and saying, since this old master has become a supreme elder of this sect, he swears to advance and retreat together with the sect. If there is someone who wishes to bring misfortune upon the sect one day, they will have to first deal with this old master. However, this old master is only one man and his power is limited. For the sect to truly prosper in the future, it will require everyone to contribute their strength for generations to come. Guizhu's words were both upright and profound, so he was shocked and somewhat embarrassed that no one responded to him after he finished. The nearly 10,000 disciples in the square seemed to have been struck by lightning and were unable to move. Quietly turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Guizhu discovered that this little brat had already wrapped his arms around Su Yan and Xianxia, and was whispering something to them quietly, totally ignoring his plight. "Little bastard! Abandoning me when I need you most!" Guizhou cursed in his heart. But in the next moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. "What Supreme Elder said is right. I won't disappoint Supreme Elder and Sect Master's expectations. Advance and retreat together with Supreme Elder. Live and die together with the sect. Supreme Elder and Sect Master can rest assured. I will definitely work hard to cultivate so the sect will soon stand equal then dominate above the three great forces of Starfield. Supreme Elder is mighty. I will obey all of Supreme Elder's orders." Guizhou's recruitment seemed to have injected a dose of hot blood into the High Heaven sect, causing everyone to be excited. Guizhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he experienced an inexplicable feeling. If he were to put it into words, it would be like the ugly daughter-in-law who came to see her in-laws and finally managed to obtain their approval. This is quite stressful. Aren't I a second-order origin king? Didn't I come here to accept worship and blessings? Why did it all become so complicated? Guizhou really could not understand his own feelings. Quickly adjusting himself, he tried to put on the appearance of a powerful master and smiled lightly. "Today is the first time this old master has stood before you, and this old master has not prepared anything as a gift on first greetings, so instead, this old master will speak about his comprehensions of the martial Tao for the next 3 days. During this time, if any of you have any questions about your cultivation, you may ask them, and this old master will answer them if he can." As soon as this statement came out, the nearly 10,000 disciples became even more excited. Although they were excited, all of them tried to restrain themselves and immediately sat down cross-legged, giving their full attention to Guizhou. There were not many opportunities to listen to the teachings of a second-order origin king, and every cultivator, throughout the course of their cultivation, would encounter difficulties and questions. These problems may appear when one tried to cultivate secret arts or martial skills, when refining artifacts, or even when trying to comprehend the martial Tao and heavenly way. If at that time there was someone to guide and teach them, they could save much time and difficulty. Now, there was a second-order origin king who would speak of his own experiences and answer their questions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so how could the disciples not get excited? Seeing all the disciples give him so much face comforted Guizhou's heart, and after clearing his throat, he began to speak, his words reverberating across the square. Within a short time, all the disciples showed mesmerized expressions, completely immersed in his explanations of the martial Tao and heavenly way. "Two senior sisters, I haven't seen you for many days. Junior brother has missed you very much. Come, let's find a quiet place to talk in private." Xianxia saw that Guizhou was at ease, so he didn't pay him any more mind, tightening his hold on Su Yan and Xianxia as he walked out with them shamelessly. "Junior brother." Su Yan's pretty face flushed red as she gave him a disapproving glance. "We have lots of time. Today, Supreme Elder is discussing his life experiences, so it is a rare opportunity. I want to stay too." Xianxia looked at Xianxia eagerly. "There will be plenty of opportunities for that. If you want to, I can have him speak to you personally another day." Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Hearing this, Guizhou, who was full of vigor on the stage, almost tripped and fell to the ground. Shooting a glare towards Xianxia viciously, he felt that this boy was just using him to please his women. Absolutely shameless. How could we do that? Supreme Elder is the Supreme Elder after all. Xianxia was a little worried. "You don't need to worry about that." Xianxia ignored Guizhou's glare and just chuckled lightly. "Supreme Elder wants to ask you for alchemy, so he can teach a little to you when the time comes." "Supreme Elder want to request alchemy from me?" Xianxia glanced over at Guizhou. Guizhou's heart was shaking as he wondered if this woman was the Origin King grade alchemist mentioned by Xianxia. Indeed, Xianxia had said that his senior sister was an Origin King grade alchemist back then, and this innocent-looking woman did have a strong pill fragrance about her, one that could only be obtained by constantly refining pills. So, it really is her. Thinking so, Guizhou hurriedly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Xianxia, not daring to be careless while he continued to speak without stopping. "Look, Supreme Elder has agreed. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot and quickly ran off with Su Yan and Xianing Chong, not giving them a chance to hesitate. The two women flushed with shame and lowered their heads, unable to argue any further. Halfway back, though, Xianing Chong suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, junior brother, Sister Yang Yan." "I know," Yang Kai interrupted her. When he returned to High Heaven Sect just now, Yang Kai had already noticed Yang Yan's divine sense sweeping him briefly before disappearing in a flash, so he was almost certain she had awakened. The legendary Starry Sky Great Emperor had returned. However, he did not have time to deal with Yang Yan's affairs right now, as he first needed to attend to Su Yan and Xianing Chong. 5 days later, 100 Flowers Peak. Yang Kai walked up the long mountain road, but as soon as he reached the peak, a young girl suddenly flew towards him. Mid-air, her slender calf swept out. There was no energy fluctuation coming from her body, so it seemed she was only using her physical strength. Yang Kai's face turned extremely solemn, however, and with a low shout, he stabilized his stance and raised his right arm to block. Honk! As if two giant mountains collided with one another at high speed. A violent blasting sound filled the air, and the ground under Yang Kai's feet suddenly turned into dust. The young girl who suddenly attacked Yang Kai also cried out as she flew backwards. Turning mid-air, the young girl dexterously adjusted her position before landing gracefully. The next moment, though, she bent down and began rubbing her leg while glaring at Yang Kai. "Uncle Sect Master, is your body made of steel? That hurts so much." While complaining, a few tears squeezed out from her eyes. "Silly little girl." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Every time I see you, you try to attack me. Why? Are you that confident in your physical strength?" "Humph." The little girl snorted slightly as she pointed her nose towards the sky. "Great Elder said that I have the tyrant strength body that grants immense strength, and Martial Aunt Yang Yan also said that I have great talent, but they must be lying to me. I can't even tidy up Uncle Sect Master after eating so many shadowed heaven pills." "Haha, they're not lying to you, it's just that you're too young. When you're my age, then I can tidy you up," the little girl asked excitedly. "Nope. You're still growing, but so am I, so you're not the only one who will be getting stronger and stronger, but why are you so keen to tidy me up?" Yang Kai stared at the little girl in amazement. The little girl was of course Lin Yuner, the orphan adopted by Huang Wan. As time passed, Lin Yuner's physical prowess was becoming more and more terrifying. The power hidden in her tiny body was almost on par with that of an average Origin Realm Master. And if she used her Saint Chi as well, she would be able to fight against Origin returning realm cultivators with ease. How old is this little girl? This year, she should not be more than 16. Nevertheless, she has already achieved such astonishing strength. Yang Kai could almost imagine that she would become the most famous master of the star field in the future. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Lin Yuner promptly replied, "Martial Aunt Yang Yan said that if Yuner can clean up Uncle Sect Master, she will take me to a good place to make me stronger." "Haha." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he glanced over towards Yang Yan, who was sipping tea lightly in front of her 100-flower pavilion. After awakening, Yang Yan gave off a vastly different feeling from before, and when Yang Kai looked at her, he could not help feeling this difference, causing him to frown slightly. "I thought you would stay in First Heavenly Palace forever and never come see me." Yang Yan put down the teacup in her hand and smiled at Yang Kai meaningfully. "Were these past few days enjoyable?" "It was all right." Yang Kai's face was not thin, but even he couldn't help going slightly red at this moment. Glancing over to the side and seeing Gue Zhu standing next to Yang Yan, he could not help asking in surprise, "Oh, Supreme Elder is also here. What a coincidence." "Haha." Now it was Gue Zhu's turn to have his face twitch. Actually, Yang Kai had noticed him the moment he arrived, but looking at Gue Zhu's appearance, it seemed that he had suffered a big loss at Yang Yan's hands. At this moment, he stood behind Yang Yan respectfully like a servant, not daring to reveal the slightest bit of his evil aura, instead even shrinking his neck as if trying to make himself seem smaller. "This is your newly recruited Supreme Elder, right?" Yang Yan pointed to Gue Zhu and asked Yang Kai. Senior Guizhou has a second-order origin king cultivation, which is sufficient for a position of supreme elder of the sect. Yang Kai said as he walked up to the 100-flower pavilion and sat opposite Yang Yan. Lin Yuner followed obediently and poured Yang Kai a glass of water with a smile. She seemed very relaxed in front of Yang Yan, without the slightest pressure. A stark contrast to Guizhou, who was like a mouse being stared at by a cat. His cultivation is SOSO, but he doesn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Yan snorted softly. Yang Kai clearly saw Guizhou shiver when he heard these words come out. As Yang Kai has guessed, he had suffered a big loss at Yang Yan's hands. But what had Guizhou done? Yang Kai also became curious and could not help looking at him. Guizhou squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Senior, this is the first time this old man has held the post of Supreme Elder, so he couldn't help acting a bit insolent and having eyes but failing to see, causing him to accidentally offend Senior. I hope Senior can be forgiving and not lower herself to this old man's level." "Lower herself to your level? This queen?" Yang Yan looked at him with a grin. "Just yesterday you said you would answer this queen's questions about cultivation. This queen has not even thanked you for your offer yet. In fact, I have some things I wish to ask you today. I wonder if Supreme Elder has the time." "Senior must be joking," Guizhou almost cried. "This old man really didn't know Senior's identity and thought you were just an ordinary disciple as such. Supreme Elder, you didn't take the initiative to try to teach her, did you?" Yang Kai's jaw dropped. Guizhou nodded slightly with a distraught look on his face. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a light sip as he tried very hard not to smile, his shoulders shaking noticeably from the effort. Guizhou was feeling quite miserable. After his 3-day lecture, his image in the minds of High Heaven Sect's 10,000 disciples became tall and mighty. Guizhou was also feeling quite proud and happy that he had quickly won the approval of the disciples and integrated into High Heaven Sect. Yesterday, he had been wandering around High Heaven Sect to familiarize himself with its sights and scenes. After all, this place would be regarded as his sect in the future. High Heaven Sect had a total of 81 peaks, each one rich in world energy aura and natural beauty, making Guizhou extremely satisfied. The 3 blazing flame rings that protected High Heaven Sect also shocked him, and it really made him wonder which Grandmaster had arranged such a profound array that even a master like him did not dare to enter. He had, at one point, passed by 100 Flowers Peak on a whim. Yang Yan was sleeping with her eyes closed at the time, but when Guizhou saw her, he mistakenly thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art. After Yang Yan opened her eyes, Guizhou acted the part of a powerful master and graciously gave some pointers. He thought she would definitely thank him for his advice with gratitude and worship, but how could he have known all Yang Yan would do was give him a lighty? This faint laughter was like a crack of thunder in his ears though, completely overwhelming his senses. Guizhou froze up in that instant as the sound of her laughter echoed continuously in his mind, as if it would continue on forever, only stopping earlier today and allowing him to slowly wake up. How could Guizhou not understand he had kicked an iron plate? He was greatly startled by Yang Yan's shocking methods and did not dare to act presumptuously in front of her again. Even now, he still could not figure out what kind of cultivation Yang Yan had. A simple, casual laugh had sunk him into a nightmare, unable to return to his senses for almost an entire day. This was not something a third-order origin king could do. If he had not personally experienced it, Guizhou would never have even believed such a thing was possible. All he could say for certain was that Yang Yan's cultivation was far superior to his own because, no matter how Guizhou observed, he couldn't tell what Yang Yan's true depths were. There were no artifacts on her that isolated divine sense probing either, so it was not that she was simply hiding her strength from him. Just what are the origins of this woman? She is too terrifying. That damn young boy is too insincere. Why didn't he warn this old master there was such a powerful character hidden inside the sect? Now, he had embarrassed himself by trying to show off his meager skills before an expert like her. Recalling those few words of instruction he spoke yesterday, Guizhou couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and not come out for a lifetime. It was like a toddler who had barely learned to walk standing before an honored senior and saying he would teach her how to fight, Just what kind of sect was this? In the sect, not only was there a monstrous rising star like Yang Boy, a freak who had reached the Origin King realm at such a young age, but there was that frightening young woman in white as well as another young woman who was an Origin King grade alchemist. Now, there was even this terrifying woman as well. This old master has not just stepped into a monster pit, right? Guizu's heart beat rapidly as unease filled it. Sect master, you know that this old master was just trying to be helpful. Please say a few good words for him. Guizu saw that Yang Yan was still unhappy, so he could only look to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said after thinking for a while, Yang Yan. Senior Guizu acted out of good intentions. Just let this matter slide. Guizu nodded repeatedly. This old man indeed only wanted to be of assistance. Please do not blame him for his ignorance, senior. Yang Yan snorted lightly, but her expression eased noticeably. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since you fell asleep, you and I have not seen each other like this for more than 10 years. So do you insist on throwing a tantrum as soon we meet? Who's throwing a tantrum with you? Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai hesitantly scratched his nose. You seem to be quite upset right now, completely different from before. Guizu chimed in angrily from the side. It must be because you've been out picking flowers and enjoying the snow and moon while ignoring and treating Senior here so coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Guizu realized he had used some poor phrasing. He intended to please Yang Yan. His statement came off as ambiguous and incendiary. Sure enough, Yang Yan shot him a glance and hee-heed once more. Not again. Guizu's complexion changed drastically, and in the next moment he went stiff and his eyes went blank. Why? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With his eyesight, he could see that Guizu's soul had been overwhelmed and suppressed by Yang Yan, likely experiencing some kind of nightmarish torture. It's just a small punishment, nothing to worry about, Yang Yan said lightly. Moreover, it's not a misdeed for him. Do you think just anyone can have the honor of being suppressed by this queen's divine sense? Since it's good for him, then it's fine. Yang Kai smiled lightly before he stared at Yang Yan and said, It feels like after you woke up, you're a bit different from before. The one you interacted with before was this queen's embodiment. But now you are before this queen's true body. How could it be the same? Yang Yan's expression remained indifferent, the kind of indifference that seemed to push all others far away, making Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable and lose interest in chatting. Instead, he just focused on tasting his tea silently. After a long silence, Yang Yan suddenly said, Your progress is quite good. I didn't expect you to break through to the Origin King realm in such a short period of time. Perhaps with your ability, you can really protect this star field. Me? Yang Kai pointed his finger at himself and said with a smile, All I want to protect is my relatives and friends. The star field is too big and has nothing to do with me. If you really think so, then you are wrong. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai seriously. Do you know why I came to this star field? Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing that Yang Yan was about to reveal some great secret, but he still shook his head and said, You never told me, so how could I know? However, if I had to guess, it would be related to the Insect Emperor. In this star field, only the Insect Emperor was comparable to Yang Yan over the countless years. 10,000 years ago, when these two fought, one had their body destroyed while the other fell into a deep sleep. In the region around Shadowed Star, many stars had been crushed, and a thick emperor pressure still lingered about, creating the dead zone that stretched for millions of kilometers, a physical reminder of just how fierce the battle at that time had been. When Yang Yan asked this question, Yang Kai immediately thought of the Insect Emperor. And my coming here was indeed related to the Insect Emperor. Then, do you know why the Insect Emperor came here? Yang Yan continued to ask. Yang Kai shook his head again. Yang Yan explained. He came here to swallow world principles. If he had succeeded, all the cultivation stars in this star field would have been turned into dead stars. So I pursued him here and engaged in a life or death battle with him. Why would he want to devour world principles? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan in shock. The Emperor's Tao is to gain control over the principles of heaven and earth. Only by controlling such principles can one become an emperor. Yang Yan explained, but how could it be easy to master principal strength? It isn't like simply becoming an emperor grants you such power. One needs to comprehend the heavenly way deeply if they wish to control such strength. But aside from years of hard cultivation, there is a shortcut. Yang Kai faintly thought of something and said in amazement, refining star sources? He had refined the star source of Shadowed Star, which allowed him to faintly feel its world principles, which was why he thought of this. Correct? Yang Yan nodded. But what the insect emperor wanted to do wasn't refine a cultivation star source. He wanted to swallow them. Swallowing a source and integrating the principal strength of cultivation stars into his own is the shortcut he wanted to take. Yang Kai felt cold sweat all over his body at this moment. If the insect emperor had succeeded, then countless cultivation stars across the star field would have been destroyed. It is even possible that all life in the entire star field would have been annihilated. You should know that this star field is not the only star field that exists. There is a powerful barrier that separates individual star fields from one another, formed by the star field's principles themselves. Even for an emperor, trying to break through these barriers is very difficult, which is why you don't know of the existence of anything outside your star field. Yang Yan ignored Yang Kai's shock and continued to speak without pause. Many, many years ago, a powerful master from the place I came from reached the emperor level and discovered this shortcut to strengthening himself. So he used his powerful divine abilities to break through these barriers and went from one star field to the next, swallowing all the world principles of those star fields, resulting in the total destruction of 19 star fields in just 100 years. Each of those 19 star fields was even more prosperous than the one you reside in now. More cold sweat dripped from Yang Kai's forehead hearing this. Star fields are the foundation of cultivators, so the destruction of any star field is a matter of great significance. At that time, the top 10 masters realized the seriousness of this problem, so they joined forces to create rules which prevented other masters from abusing this practice. From then on, if anyone is found trying to act against a star field in this manner, they would be killed without mercy. Although this solution was quite effective, it didn't eradicate the problem as there are always some who are willing to take risks. The insect emperor was one such character. I was sent here to stop him. This is all a bit overwhelming and difficult to accept. How about we put this matter aside for now and continue once you're feeling better? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead while trying to get up to leave. He had an ominous feeling about what was about to transpire. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai discovered that his movements were completely suppressed by some invisible force and he could only sit in place, unable to move. Yang Yan glanced at him obliquely before continuing on. Every star field actually has its own protector. This is the most efficient method to prevent those with bad intentions from invading. Once a cultivator that exceeds the power of a star field is discovered trying to break in, those protectors are the first to receive a notification, and they are then charged with preventing anything from happening. However, the guardian of your star field has been missing for over 10,000 years and no one knows whether he is alive or dead. So I was sent in his stead. By the way, your sealed world bead was originally his. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a grin that clearly held some mischievous intent. I also have my own star field I am charged with protecting, and I have been away from there for long enough. Now that I have truly awoken, I can't continue to remain here, and you can only depend on yourself from now on. Now that you've obtained that person's sealed world bead, you should inherit his mantle and become the protector of this star field. Your relatives and friends all live here, so you can't exactly refuse, can you? If you do not have the strength and skill, one day, when someone comes and tries to refine Shadowed Star, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. If you want to ensure that your friends and family can live in peace, work hard to cultivate, and when your cultivation reaches my level, you will be able to properly protect this star field. After Yang Yan finished speaking, she ignored Yang Kai, picked up her teacup, and drank from it lightly. The power that imprisoned Yang Kai also disappeared. But Yang Kai did not leave, instead just sitting there and frowning in thought, as if he was digesting what Yang Yan said. The Emperor's Tao, multiple star fields, principal strength, protectors, all these new and novel things impacted Yang Kai's mind, leaving him silent for quite some time. Yang Yan seemed to have opened a new door in front of him. one that was filled with dazzling light that, although painful to Yang Kai's eyes, also filled him with excitement. According to what you said, this star field's protector has been missing for over 10,000 years. Wouldn't that make this star field a big piece of unclaimed cake that everyone would covet? Why has only the insect emperor invaded after so many years? After a long silence, Yang Kai raised his head and asked Yang Yen. Yang Yen laughed lightly. Do you think it is such a simple thing to break through the barriers of a star field? Principles are the laws that govern the world, and those laws are supreme. Even the top 10 masters from the place I come from do not dare infringe upon those principles at will. To break through those principles and reach this place, one must pay an enormous price. Saying so, Yang Yan's brow furrowed, as if she was thinking of something. After a brief pause, though, she continued, in short, this price is not something everyone can afford. If one can sense and comprehend principle strength all on their own, why take the risk to come to a star field to refine the sources of cultivation stars? Only those whose cultivation has stagnated and see no hope of advancing any other way will choose to do this. You must know that once you come to a star field that is not yours, your realm will drop significantly. No master wants this to happen. Even if their realm drops, they still want to refine star sources in violation of those rules? Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. As a cultivator, he naturally knew how painful it was to have one's cultivation regress. If he, as an Origin King, were to suddenly have his cultivation fall to the Origin Realm or Saint King Realm, it would be a massive blow. Such a setback would likely be impossible to recover from, bringing one's path on the martial Tao to an end. Naturally, Yang Yen raised her white chin slightly. You haven't reached this realm yet, so you don't understand the temptation principle strength holds to those people. If one's realm falls, it can be regained through cultivation, but it is not so simple to master principle strength. You are now the Star Master of Shadowed Star, so you have vaguely experienced the benefits of principle strength. This is an excellent opportunity that only belongs to Star Masters. If their fortune is good enough and they can break through the void to arrive at that place, many great forces will try to recruit them. That place is called Star Boundary, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yang Yen. Yang Yen was startled. How do you know that name? I don't remember telling you. Saying so, her expression suddenly changed. Who did you meet? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I did meet someone, and he mentioned the name Star Boundary. Yang Kai gave a detailed account of the spirit-devouring sect he encountered on Tongshen Realm. After listening to his story, Yang Yen coldly snorted. As I thought, someone has come down again. They must be anxious to die. Spirit-devouring crystals are so evil that they are even forbidden in the Star Boundary. All knowledge of how to create them was sealed or destroyed long ago. But it seems there are still those who have access to that information and actually dared bring it to this star field. Although that spirit array is quite profound and the spirit-devouring crystals refined from world energy are good treasures, they're not very effective resources, right? Yang Kai thoughtfully. Using those spirit-devouring crystals to improve one's strength is indeed faster than cultivating normally. But when I fought that spirit-devouring sect master, although he was also a first-order Origin King, his combat power was far lower than any Origin King I've encountered before. Do you think that person passed secret techniques to that spirit-devouring sect to improve their strength? Yang Yen coldly snorted. That person only wanted to use them to test whether the Starfield's protector would act. Before he is certain there is no protector here, he will not dare act rashly. The spirit-devouring sect was just a pawn to him. Yang Kai was stunned. I heard that the spirit-devouring sect suddenly emerged 100 years ago. So doesn't that mean that person came to the star field 100 years ago? He actually remained in hiding for that long. Compared to his life, what is 100 years? That's right. You fell into a deep sleep for 10,000 years. Yang Kai thought about it and realized that 100 years of patience was really nothing compared to the time Yang Yen had been asleep. Lower your knowledge, seize defenses. I'll check what that guy left in you. If possible, this queen will find him personally and deal with him. It will be this queen's final gift to you before leaving this star field. All right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The next moment, He sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea and released all his defenses. He did not need to feel the least bit of wariness toward Yang Yan. Although the feeling he got from her was not exactly the same as before, Yang Kai still found many things familiar about her. With a light breeze, a beautiful figure appeared inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stood beside him. Naturally, it was Yang Yan's soul avatar. Looking around for a while, she nodded in approval. Your soul is far stronger than an average cultivator of your realm, probably on the same level as a third-order origin king. What's more, you have a mutated, conflagrated knowledge sea. A soul-warming lotus? A 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Yan suddenly exclaimed as she covered her small mouth with her delicate hands, her beautiful eyes flashing as if she had seen something astonishing. You actually possess a 7-colored soul-warming lotus? This was the first time she had entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. So after seeing the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, she was thoroughly stunned. It was no doubt a 7-colored soul-warming lotus. The 7-colored radiance which gently lingered around this supreme treasure gave her soul a comfortable and pure feeling. Is this thing really that valuable? Why does everyone who sees it wear such an expression? Yang Kai scratched his nose. The unknown master who saw the soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea the other day reacted almost identically to Yang Yan. Is it valuable? Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai. The value of this treasure is immeasurable. As its owner, I am sure you've experienced the benefits it brings to you. What more do I need to say? Yang Kai nodded. So that's how it is. I wondered why your spiritual energy was so much stronger than a normal cultivator's. It turns out you've had this soul-warming lotus all along. And this soul-warming lotus is actually in its 7-colored form. Your luck is definitely not ordinary. Yang Yan showed a look of envy as she told Yang Kai solemnly, even in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus is a legendary treasure. Very few people have ever even seen it before. If you one day reach the star boundary, you must keep its existence secret. I know. Only those closest to me know I have the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai nodded. Hearing what he said, a strange look flashed across Yang Yan's eyes, but it disappeared in the next instant, and she gradually restored her previous calmness before saying, That's not enough. I will give you a set of soul-type secret techniques later that you can cultivate to block off probing of your knowledge sea. I will also place a barrier for you. With these two things, unless it is someone with cultivation equaling mine, no one will be able to forcefully invade your knowledge sea. The barrier won't harm you, and as your strength improves, it will slowly lift on its own. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled happily. Yang Yan nodded lightly before continuing to sweep her eyes around, eventually directing them upwards where she saw a sea full of stars and was stunned once again, muttering out loud, The star chart. Oh, it's something I obtained by accident when I first entered the star field. Yang Kai casually explained while carefully examining Yang Yan's expression. Yang Yan's expression was quite strange, actually. When she saw this star chart, it was like a forlorn and lonely aura washed over her, as if she had lost something unbelievably valuable, sadness filling her pretty face. Yang Kai was not clear about what happened. When that unknown master saw the star chart before, he was obviously extremely excited, even more so than when he saw the soul-warming lotus, so why was Yang Yan reacting like this? The star chart actually appeared here. Yang Yan closed her beautiful eyes and stood motionless. Yang Kai did not dare to interrupt and just waited quietly. After a long time, Yang Yan slowly opened her eyes and sighed. Yang Kai, it seems the role of protector for this star field is destined to fall on your shoulders. Yang Kai frowned. Please don't joke. How could I be this star field's protector with just my strength? Although I do not know what kind of masters roam the star boundary you come from, I do know I'm no match for them right now. You can't escape this, because this star chart can only belong to the star field's protector. Yang Yan turned his head to look at him. What do you mean? Yang Yan whispered. A cultivation star has its own star source, which a cultivator can refine to become its star master. In another sense, a star master is the guardian and protector of their cultivation star. The same principle applies to star fields. They have their own source as well, and that source is the star chart. As she said so, She pointed to the sky. Only by refining the star chart source can you qualify to be a star field's protector. Now that this star chart belongs to you, do you think you can escape this fate? Yang Kai was stunned. This thing is the entire star field source? You must be kidding me. I've only ever used it to find directions. Other than that, I haven't discovered any other use for it. Yang Yen just looked at him with a solemn expression. You're serious? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Why would I joke about such an important matter? It's almost like the heavenly way is silently guiding you towards this destiny. Yang Yen said with mixed emotions. You have the star chart and that person's sealed world bead. You also cultivate the Tao of space. It seems you really are inheriting that guy's mantle. As for the reason you can't discover any of this star chart's effects, it's just because you aren't strong enough yet. When you reach my level, you will understand how precious this star chart is. It is a treasure that countless people wish to possess but cannot obtain. The person you spoke of was this star field's previous protector, right? And where is he now? He disappeared thousands of years ago, and this star chart is now with you. Where you do think he is? Yang Yen looked straight at Yang Kai. Dead. Yang Kai was shocked. Who knows? Yang Yen sneered with a mix of frustration and resignation. He likes to wander through the void, so perhaps he was swallowed up by it one day. If that is the case, he brought his fate upon himself. Yang Yan's sorrowful expression was definitely not fake, and even the fluctuations emanating from her soul avatar were extremely unstable, showing her mood was quite unsettled. Yang Kai suddenly became a little curious, wondering what the relationship between her and the owner of the sealed world bead was. Enough. Let us not mention him anymore. In any case, he has been missing for so long I already figured he had died. I'll deal with what that person left in your knowledge sea first, Yang Yen said after a while before sitting down cross-legged with a solemn expression, forming a series of seals with her hands as she swept her beautiful eyes across the sea down below. A thread of divine sense that was visible to the naked eye rushed out from her fingertips, transformed into a snake-like appearance, and dove into the sea. Yang Kai stood by and watched silently. His knowledge sea was calm at first, but soon, the sea of flames began to become restless, and at a certain location, large bubbles appeared. Yang Kai turned his attention to that side and suddenly found that there was a triangle mark he had never seen before there. One which was vague and misty, nearly making it invisible. The snake-like thread of Yang Yan's divine sense was swimming around this mark, and as it moved, the mark became clearer and clearer. After the mark was completely revealed, Yang Yan took back the spirit snake. Relaxing, Yang Yan explained, "It's the simplest form of soul-tracing mark, but even so, you can't get rid of it, nor would you have been able to find it." You can't get rid of it? Yang Kai was astonished. I can, I just chose not to. Yang Yan slowly got up and spoke. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. Casting a long line to catch a big fish? Exactly. Yang Yan smiled coldly. After 10,000 years of silence, it seems like some from the star boundary are becoming restless again. This is a good opportunity to teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. After this queen returns to the star boundary, she'll hang the head of whoever dared to come here above the stargate and see who else dares to come down and covet the star field's principles again. Yang Kai quietly wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, almost feeling sad for this pitiful fellow, but he quickly said, "Whatever you need, I'll cooperate with you. You don't need to do anything in particular, he'll come to you. Just go about your life. I will monitor you secretly," Yang Yan said before suddenly stretching out her finger and condense a ball of light at its tip before sending it to Yang Kai's soul avatar. This is the secret technique to block off your knowledge sea. Take some time to cultivate it. Yang Kai nodded seriously before closing his eyes to comprehend this new secret technique. His knowledge sea had supreme treasures like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the star-field star chart. If he went to the star boundary in the future, it was inevitable that these things would be discovered by some master if he took no precautions. So Yang Kai diligently cultivated this secret technique to seal off his knowledge sea. Seeing him like this, Yang Yan did not say any more, simply leaving him to his studies while she erected a number of powerful barriers around his knowledge sea before taking her leave. One day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes as a faint trace of exhaustion filled his face. The secret technique that Yang Yen handed to him to seal his knowledge sea was extremely profound, and he had consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy to comprehend it. However, although he was quite tired, his harvest had been rich, so he felt full of energy. Yang Yen and Lin Yuner had disappeared from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and when Yang Kai released his divine sense, he was unable to perceive their existence, having no clue where they had gone. Only Guizhu was now sitting directly opposite Yang Kai, wearing a solemn expression on his face, seemingly pondering something. "Elder," Yang Kai greeted him. Guizhu came out of his reverie and looked over towards Yang Kai to ask, "Sect Master, that senior, who was she? Why does this old master feel as weak and vulnerable as a 3-year-old child in front of her?" Guizhu was truly shocked. After reaching the second-order Origin King realm, he had thought that despite the world being vast, there was not anyone left who he needed to truly fear, but soon after arriving at High Heaven Sect, he had met Yang Yen and been tossed about by her ruthlessly, making him lose a great deal of confidence. Although he had gained some benefits from the experience, Guizhu really couldn't accept this profound feeling of weakness. "If I told you she is the Starry Sky Great Emperor, would you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled back at Guizhu. Guizhu's jaw dropped so far a melon could be stuffed into it as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his eyes trembling violently. "Ha ha ha! Didn't Supreme Elder want to refine some Origin King grade spirit pills? You can go to Pill Treasure Peak to find my little senior sister. She will refine whatever you want." Yang Kai laughed before getting up and leaving leisurely. Guizhu sat alone for quite some time, unable to recover. Only after a long silence did he pound the table with his fist and curse. "Damn brat, daring to play tricks on this old master. The great emperor is just a legend. How could she really appear here all of a sudden? What's more, as a woman, this old master is not a naive character. How could he have been fooled so easily? Never mind. Those pills are more important now." Regardless of the true origins of that woman named Yang Yen, Guizhu knew that she was definitely not someone he could provoke, and after having suffered 2 complete losses at her hand, Guizhu no longer dared act self-righteous. The martial Tao was endless, and one needed to always strive to improve themselves. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Calming himself, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and integrated it into Shadowed Star's aura. As long as he wanted to, he could even feel the wind or grass anywhere on Shadowed Star now. It was as if he and the Cultivation Star had merged into one, the two indistinguishable from one another. The world principles which had felt vague before had now become clearer, and his grasp of Shadowed Star's power was much stronger than before. "Is it because I broke through to the Origin King realm?" Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. "It should be. The Origin King realm and Origin Returning realm are 2 completely different great realms, after all. As my strength improves, there are bound to be some changes." "Oh?" The world principles seem to have changed a little. Yang Kai suddenly noticed something unusual and began to investigate. After a long time, he was slightly surprised. The world principles here are no longer disordered and have become flawless? Is this also a result of my breakthrough? It being impossible to reach the Origin King realm on Shadowed Star was a direct result of the imperfect world principles disrupted by the battle between Yang Yen and the Insect Emperor. My breakthrough seems to have altered this situation, though. If the flaws in the world principles have been repaired now, does that mean Shadowed Star will no longer reject Origin Kings? Right, I have not noticed Shadowed Star rejecting me at all since I returned. But I'm also its Star Master, so I can't use myself as proof. And I can use Supreme Elder to give it a try. Thinking this way, he quickly found where Guizhu was. Currently, there were only 2 Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, him and Guizhu. Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and would not be rejected by the star, so he could only experiment on Guizhu. At this moment, inside a grand palace on Pill Treasure Peak, a strong pill fragrance filled the air. Guizhu sat cross-legged on the ground while carefully explaining his own experiences and comprehensions on the martial Tao and heavenly way. Su Yen sat opposite Gue Zhu, in front of the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, her whole body exuding a deep chill and her hands resting on her knees lightly, listening attentively. Next to her, little senior sister was also listening very seriously, but her hands never stopped moving, continuously taking out Origin King-grade herbs and extracting medicinal liquid from them. With her sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was like eating or drinking to little senior sister, an all but instinctive behavior, so while she listened to Gue Zhu's cultivation experiences, she was not distracted when performing alchemy. From time to time, a spirit pill would be completed and placed into a pre-prepared jade bottle by Xianxia. Gue Zhu was delighted and motivated every time he saw this happen. Suddenly, Gue Zhu frowned and turned his head to look around, his expression suspicious. At that moment, he felt someone spying on him. Shocked, he immediately and mistakenly thought that Yang Yen was observing him. After all, the only one who should be able to spy on him without revealing their location was Yang Yen. Not daring to be negligent, Gue Zhu became more focused on explaining the many difficulties and intricacies of cultivation, a faint trace of sweat leaking from his forehead as he did. Fortunately, this feeling disappeared after a while, allowing Gue Zhu to breathe a sigh of relief. There really is no sense of rejection. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai smiled happily. He had just tried to mobilize the world principles to apply some pressure to Gue Zhu, but found that they didn't reject his presence. The perfection of its world principles was a massive breakthrough for Shadowed Star. This meant that the world principles on Shadowed Star would no longer suppress cultivators and restrict them from breaking through to the Origin King realm. At the same time, they would not repel Origin Kings anymore, like when Qian Tong had been struck by lightning or burned by earth fire. In the future, Shadowed Star would now just allow Origin Kings to rise. It also would not force these masters to leave. In this way, it would save all the Origin-returning realm masters of Shadowed Star from having to travel to other cultivation stars to make breakthroughs. It seemed he would need to send word to Azure Tree Star and let Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and all the others know about the good news. Shadowed Star's principles had been repaired thanks to his breakthrough, but the world principles of the sealed world bead were still incomplete, a fact that made Yang Kai feel quite helpless. These incomplete world principles meant that breakthroughs could not be made inside. However, this was an artifact left behind by the previous Star Field Guardian. So Yang Kai certainly had not uncovered all of its secrets yet. For the next 6 months, Yang Kai remained on Shadowed Star. He had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago, and although thanks to his embodiment inadvertently refining the entire floating continent, allowing his realm to rise to the peak of the First Order, Yang Kai had yet to carefully consolidate his cultivation. Over the past 6 months, besides consolidating his realm, Yang Kai also cultivated the secret technique to seal off his knowledge sea. After half a year, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage and his entire knowledge sea was now shrouded by the invisible layer that seemed to blend and cooperate with the barriers left behind by Yang Yen. With his current cultivation, it was likely there was no one in the entire star field now who could invade his knowledge sea. This way, the secrets in his knowledge sea were safe. Today, Yang Kai was enjoying some family time and completing his filial duties by accompanying his parents on the mountain where they lived. Su Yen and Xianxia were also present. Some time ago, the two women had been in retreat and had some gains, their auras now fluctuating somewhat, as if they were on the verge of a breakthrough. As such, Yang Kai pulled them out to relax for a while, since breakthroughs were not something to be anxiously pursued. Their son was a dragon among men and their 2 daughters-in-law were great beauties, making Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu feel as if their lives had been worth living. Dong Suzhu also kept urging Yang Kai to hold a proper wedding ceremony soon, causing his 2 senior sisters to become both excited and shy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brows furrowed, and he quickly released his divine sense, the next moment his expression becoming solemn as he said, "Mother, Father, wait here a while. I'll be right back." Saying so, he gave a wink to Su Yen and Xianxia, to which both of them nodded in understanding. Yang Kai's figure then flickered and disappeared. Shadowed Star, the limitless ocean, above a vast, calm sea. A middle-aged man stood mid-air. Dressed in white, he exuded an extraordinary aura and temperament. With closed eyes, This man felt the surging world energy around him and practically smelled the world principles in the air, his face showing a joyful look. The world energy is rich here. Although the principles are not perfect, they're still quite good. It's been a long trip, might as well replenish myself, the middle-aged man said to himself as he began forming a series of seals. In the next moment, his body seemed to transform into a bottomless pit that madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. Suddenly, the originally calm sea became unsettled and the winds began to howl. Although with the disappearance of a large amount of world energy, something else seemed to also be vanishing from the surrounding 100,000-kilometer radius, causing many cultivators to feel uncomfortable as well as slightly anxious. Sea Temple headquarters on a massive island, the current Temple Master Shah who was discussing some important matters with the other high-level officials when suddenly he sensed something. Raising his hand and looking in the direction of the middle-aged man, a solemn expression filled Shah's face. "Temple Master, what happened?" the second Temple Master asked. Shah, who did not answer directly, but his expression grew more and more solemn. It took a while before he stood up and said, "Someone is making trouble on the limitless ocean. This old master will go take a look." Saying so, his body shot out like lightning, the many masters in the hall exchanging confused looks before following along. Deep under the sea, instruments played as many young Sea Clan girls sang and danced, brightening the scene inside Sea God Palace. Suddenly, the waters for several tens of thousands of kilometers around Sea God Palace became turbulent and a violent earthquake shook the ground violently. Lai Kong, the king of Sea God Palace, who sat at the head of the banquet, wore a solemn look as he raised his head up and a profound light flashed across his eyes. The next moment, a vague figure appeared in front of his eyes, and although they were separated by a few 10,000 kilometers, this vague figure still seemed to be aware of his gaze. He just smiled disdainfully and ignored Lai Kong. Lai Kong was furious and roared in a majestic voice that resounded through Sea God Palace. "Who dares act presumptuously on my limitless ocean? If you come to Sea God Palace immediately and admit your sins, this king may spare your life." This sound crossed the barriers of space with the help of the Sea Clan's secret techniques and directly sounded in the middle-aged man's ears. The middle-aged man who was madly absorbing the surrounding world energy coldly snorted when he heard this threat and directed an icy glare in Lai Kong's direction as he shouted, "Pathetic ant, you dare speak to this senior with such disrespect? Come here now." Saying so, he waved his hand lightly, as if he was brushing away a fly. However, this light movement seemed to contain unimaginable power, causing the seawater to split like a mirror all the way to the seabed. From above, it looked like a huge canyon had appeared in the middle of the limitless ocean. Sea God Palace under the sea was suddenly exposed to the vision of the middle-aged man above. "Ha!" Lai Kong's face changed drastically as he felt incredibly stunned. He had only caught a glimpse of this middle-aged man with the assistance of the Sea Clan's secret technique, but never did he imagine it would result in the other party waving his hand and cutting the entire limitless ocean in half. Such methods were simply beyond Lai Kong's comprehension or imagination. An Origin King? Impossible. Even an Origin King wouldn't have such ability. The Sea Clan girls screamed and fled, trying to rush into the sea to seek refuge. But when their bodies touched the edge of the canyon, their bodies burst into blood fog, causing countless casualties. The many masters of the Sea Clan were shocked as they all looked up in horror at the figure standing in the sky who seemed like some kind of god they were unable to defy. "I told you to come. Did you not hear me?" This senior won't repeat his words a second time. The middle-aged man showed a look of impatience and snorted as he stretched out his hand and pointed towards Lai Kong. Being pointed at like this, Lai Kong suddenly broke out into a cold sweat as he could not even muster the will to resist. This move seemed to be made slowly, but at the same time cut off all avenues of retreat. "Pooh!" Lai Kong coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt his body imprisoned by an invisible force that dragged him upwards at a rapid speed. "Palace Master!" The many masters from the Sea Clan called out, but none dared to act rashly. Lai Kong was the strongest master of Sea God Palace, and even he was easily captured by this unknown opponent. So acting hostile now would be the same as courting death. A feeling of despair began to spread as no one knew where this middle-aged man came from or what kind of cultivation he had. The only thing everyone knew was that this person had the power to destroy all of Shadowed Star. In just a few breaths, Lai Kong was dragged a few tens of thousands of kilometers away and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. "Kneel down." The middle-aged man did not even glance at him but uttered 2 words lightly. Lai Kong did not feel this man use any kind of strength, but these 2 words shook his mind like thunder and had a kind of coercive force that seemed to be forcing him to obey. His knees softening instantly as he nearly knelt like he was commanded. Quickly, though, Lai Kong's eyes turned red and he roared. "This king is the lord of Sea God Palace. How could he kneel to you? If he did, how could he face Sea God Palace ever again?" Desperately pushing his strength, a kind of white light burst from Lai Kong's body as he resisted. But because of the tremendous pressure he was under, his skin cracked and blood began to leak out. The middle-aged man just looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "You have no right to refuse. Even if this king must die, he won't give you what you want." Lai Kong roared as blue veins throbbed on his forehead, swearing an oath on his life. Pa pa pa. A loud series of bangs rang out from Lai Kong's legs, and with them, his legs from his knees down exploded. The intense pain only further stimulated Lai Kong, though, as he grit his teeth tightly and despite his miserable appearance let out a hearty laugh. "This king no longer has any knees, so how will you make me kneel now? Try again in your next life." The middle-aged man's expression finally changed slightly as he spoke. "Seems your spirit is stronger than expected. Don't worry, I won't let you die here. I'll keep you alive to teach you some manners later." Saying so, with a wave of his hand, a bubble-like object flew out and directly wrapped up Lai Kong. No matter how hard Lai Kong struggled to resist, he was unable to escape. Nearby, Sha Hu and a group of masters from Sea Temple had appeared, but after witnessing this terrifying scene, all of their hearts froze. The people of Sea Temple knew well of Lai Kong's strength. After all, the 2 great forces had fought for countless years on this limitless ocean, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they knew each other intimately. Lai Kong had always been regarded by Sea Temple as their greatest enemy, as well as the most difficult one to deal with. Even Sha Hu was not certain he could kill Lai Kong in the sea. But now, the leader of the Sea Clan, the Lord of Sea God Palace, a man of great power, was as powerless as a baby in front of this unfamiliar middle-aged man. Not only did he not have any power to resist, even his legs had been destroyed. This scene caused Sha Hu and the others to feel quite distressed. "Withdraw!" Sha Hu saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, preparing to evacuate this place. An opponent who could easily defeat Lai Kong was definitely not one he could resist. "Since you've come, don't think you can just go," the middle-aged man sneered. This senior simply wanted to absorb some of this star's source strength, so if you had just minded your own affairs obediently, this senior wouldn't have come to trouble you. But since you seek death on your own, this senior doesn't mind sending you all on your way. Saying so, he waved his hand in the direction where Sha Hu and the others stood. It was as if he was swatting away flies. World energy gathered together at that moment into a huge palm and fell fiercely. An aura of death rapidly approached, causing Sha Hu and the others to pale, all of them raising their heads to look at the giant hand which seemed to cover the sky, none of them able to muster the strength to resist. What are the origins of this man? Sha Hu knew that death was imminent, but was still puzzled about where such a powerful cultivator had come from and just who could deal with him. Could it be Shadowed Star was about to experience a tragedy and he was about to become a casualty? At that moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps only that boy could deal with this person. But as soon as that idea came to mind, Sha Hu denied it. That boy was indeed powerful, but compared with the person in front of him, there was still an obvious gap. The palm arrived above the top of Sha Hu's head in an instant, and some of the masters with him with lower cultivation burst apart and died on the spot before even being struck. Even Sha Hu with his great strength felt intense pain all over his body as it literally began to crack apart. "Scatter!" A low shout suddenly rang out. It was only a mere word, but it seemed to contain a kind of supreme power that affected reality itself. The surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic, and the huge palm which was descending towards Sha Hu's group instantly dispersed. The sky cleared up and Sha Hu and his group felt the sun's gentle rays beam down on them, a look of shock covering their faces. Oh! The middle-aged man finally showed a look of interest on his indifferent face as he turned towards the source of this voice, and in the next moment he grinned. "It's you, ha 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 ha! Before this senior even went looking for you, you've delivered yourself to him. Good, very good, you've saved this senior some trouble. As thanks, this senior will let you off slightly easier when he kills you." Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down at the scattered flesh and blood, then at Lai Kong's miserable condition, saying with a calm tone, "Seems I came a bit late." Yang Kai. Sha Hu was overjoyed and called out in excitement. "Sect Master Yang." Lai Kong also smiled miserably towards Yang Kai from his bubble. Sha Hu and Yang Kai had met on Shadowed Soul Island and formed a kind of friendship, while Lai Kong also knew Yang Kai because of a trade relationship Sea God Palace had with High Heaven Sect. The last time Yang Kai left the seabed, the Sea Clan's little princess also gave him the Sea God Orb, which contained some of the ocean's source, a treasure which was perfectly suited to Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After seeing Yang Kai, both Sha Hu and Lai Kong couldn't help feeling happy but also extremely anxious. Sha Hu called out anxiously, "Yang Kai, leave this place quickly. This man is definitely not something you can resist. Old Sha can relax." Yang Kai smiled at him. "Since I've come here, I'm prepared. What's more, he's here for me. Old Sha and Palace Master Lai Kong being hurt is partially my responsibility, so just stand back for now." Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. An invisible force enveloped Sha Hu, and he found that he and the Sea Temple Masters had been teleported 10,000 kilometers away, while the bubble which had enveloped Lai Kong also burst apart. By the time Lai Kong knew what was happening, he had returned safely to Sea God Palace. Palace Master! The many Sea Clan Masters were overjoyed and rushed up quickly, several of the elders hurriedly taking out good healing pills from their space rings to give to Lai Kong. "A star master? Did you refine this cultivation star source?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. If he were not the star master of this place, it would have been absolutely impossible to perform such acts with just Yang Kai's first-order Origin King's cultivation. What's more, the moment Yang Kai waved his hand, the middle-aged man sensed a fluctuation in the world principles around him. What? Sect Master Yang is actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star. Although the people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were watching from afar, when they heard the middle-aged man's words clearly, they couldn't help showing looks of shock and excitement. This was especially true for Lai Kong. After learning that Yang Kai is actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star, the light of hope was rekindled in his eyes. If it was the Star Master on this star, it would really be possible to fight this inexplicable enemy. "Boy, this senior is talking to you. Are you deaf?" The middle-aged man could not stop his face from sinking when he saw that Yang Kai blatantly ignored him. Thinking of his noble status and his great strength, him taking the initiative to speak to a little first-order Origin King brat was a great honor, yet the other party actually ignored him, causing him to feel a little angry out of shame. Only after being shouted at like this did Yang Kai turn his head and glance indifferently towards the middle-aged man, cleaned his ear with his finger impudently, and called out, "What did you just say?" "Sorry, this wind is quite strong when we are above the sea, so I didn't hear you clearly." "Say it again." Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and everyone else gawked. They could clearly hear this man's voice from 10,000 kilometers away, so Yang Kai, who was standing only a few kilometers away, obviously could as well. This was nothing short of naked contempt. While feeling somewhat refreshed themselves, the Shadowed Star cultivators all worried whether it was really a good idea for Yang Kai to provoke such a terrifying enemy. "You're certainly rampant enough, boy," the middle-aged man snickered. "This senior will congratulate you. You have successfully angered me. You won't die so easily now. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with you, because you're going to die very soon." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, not showing the slightest fear despite facing an enemy whose depths he could not even comprehend. "This senior admires your courage, but courage without strength is useless." The middle-aged man raised a finger and shook it gently in front of him. Little brat, obediently hand over your soul-warming lotus and star chart, and this senior will leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, this senior doesn't mind letting you taste the world's more exquisite torture first. You want my things? If so, take them yourself and see if you have the ability. Xianxia still didn't show any change in expression. Fool! The middle-aged man did not seem to have much patience. So seeing Xianxia still refuse his generous offer, he snorted and sent his divine sense crashing towards Xianxia's knowledge sea. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the star chart, both were kept inside Xianxia's knowledge sea. So if the middle-aged man wanted to snatch them, he could only invade his knowledge sea first. Xianxia finally changed slightly as he felt his knowledge sea being struck hard by some invisible force. Going dizzy, Xianxia felt a wave of nausea overcome him as his heart pounded and his face turned pale. When this invisible spike impacted Xianxia's knowledge sea, a number of profound barriers suddenly appeared and directly blocked the middle-aged man's divine sense from entering inside. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He thought that with his strength, he would easily be able to invade this boy's knowledge sea and seize the soul-warming lotus and star chart. How could he have imagined that this little brat's knowledge sea actually had such a powerful barrier around it? One that seemed quite impossible to penetrate. Boy, you have a lot of secrets. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with a vicious grin on his face. Good. After this senior captures you, he will be sure to study you carefully. Saying so, he suddenly reached out to grab Xianxia. Within the range of several tens of meters around Xianxia, space seemed to solidify and an invisible force bound him as it dragged him towards the middle-aged man. Xianxia understood his situation and desperately pushed his space force while at the same time mobilizing the star source's power to shell and disperse this invisible power, successfully breaking free and teleporting away. Now, there's no rush. Your opponent here isn't me. When Xianxia appeared again, he was already 1,000 meters away, but this time only a mocking grin appeared on his face when he looked at the middle-aged man. Nonsense! Is there a cultivator here stronger than you? Even you do not dare fight with this senior. So who here can stop me? The middle-aged man sneered, unmoved. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, from the void, a clear female voice suddenly rang out, one that seemed to drift about and come from all directions at once. The middle-aged man was shocked and showed a serious look for the first time as he shouted, "Who goes there?" A series of ripples suddenly appeared at a certain point in the sky, like the surface of a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it, and from the center of these ripples a woman in black robes walked out. Next to the woman, there was another young girl who only looked about 15 or 16, her hair done up in a long ponytail, making her look quite cute. As soon as this little girl appeared, her pair of bright eyes looked around and in the next moment, they landed on Xianxia and she smiled and waved. "Uncle Sect Master, Yuner, come here." Xianxia also beckoned at her. Lin Yuner glanced at Yang Yen and saw her nod slightly before she made her way over to Xianxia's side. "Uncle Sect Master, I haven't seen you in half a year. Yuner missed you very much." Lin Yuner was so innocent that she did not seem to notice the treacherous situation around her, and the moment she arrived next to Xianxia she began acting spoiled. Uncle missed you too. I mean, no, that's not right. When did I become your uncle?" Xianxia looked at Lin Yuner with some dissatisfaction. "You should call me brother. I'm not that old." Hee. "If I call you brother Sect Master, what should I call Martial Aunt Yang Yen?" Lin Yuner looked at Xianxia slyly. "Forget it. Uncle it is." Xianxia wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. In the distance, Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and all the others gawked, wondering what was happening. Why were neither of these two taking this deadly situation seriously? Moreover, what were the origins of the woman in black, and how did she appear here without them noticing? What exactly was happening on Shadowed Star? Before, there had not been an origin king for 10,000 years, but today one master at or even beyond that level was appearing like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. "Uncle Sect Master, can't you beat that bad man?" Lin Yuner looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky and asked Xianxia. "I'm not his opponent. Yang Kai admitted frankly, as even now he was unable to see through the depths of his opponent, much less fight with him. Even if he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star, occupying favorable conditions and an advantageous position, if he really had to fight with this unknown man, Yang Kai was fairly certain he would die. In this world, only one person could subdue this man. Yang Kai turned his gaze to Yang Yen and felt a strong desire deep in his heart to rise further up the martial Dao. It doesn't matter, martial ant Yang Yen will take care of him. Yuner will also cultivate hard. So if anyone bullies you in the future, Yuner will protect you. Lin Yuner patted her steadily developing chest and promised heroically. Haha, then I'll rely on you in the future. Yang Kai laughed. In the sky, the middle-aged man showed a solemn expression after Yang Yen appeared. He did not know why, but he felt a very dangerous aura from this woman in black robes, as if fighting her would result in a miserable end for him. Yang Yen, on the other hand, looked calm and relaxed as she stared at him indifferently. A light sweat dripped down from the middle-aged man's forehead as he took a deep breath and tried to calm his mood, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask your excellency's name? That's none of your business?" Yang Yen replied faintly before observing the other party's robes and frowning slightly. "Are you from Falling Star Sect?" The middle-aged man was shocked as he stared at Yang Yen incredulously. "Do you know my sect? It seems that you are also from Star Boundary. Could it be you're the Star Fields?" "No." Yang Yen didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him directly. "Since you've displayed appropriate courtesy, this queen will offer you a chance to surrender without a fight. This queen isn't fond of bullying the weak." "You want me to surrender without a fight?" The middle-aged man seemed to have heard a bad joke and his expression turned grim. "I do not care who you are, but since you're not this Starfield's guardian, then mind your own business. There is nothing this Wu Shengfeng has set his eyes upon that he has been unable to obtain." "Really? Then you are destined to be disappointed this time. With this queen here, you will obtain nothing and will pay for it with your life." Yang Yen still had a calm, indifferent expression. "Does your excellency wish to oppose my Falling Star Sect?" Wu Shengfeng grit his teeth and shouted. "What thing is Falling Star Sect? Even that old dog Yu Heling would not dare act presumptuously in front of this queen. So what do you count for? Do you think you can suppress this queen with a mere Falling Star Sect?" "Laughable." Yang Yen sneered. Wu Shengfeng's eyes bulged. "You know my sect master?" The Yu Heling that Yang Yen mentioned was Falling Star Sect's sect master, and hearing this woman rampantly disdain him, Wu Shengfeng really began to slightly panic. This woman's status and cultivation were clearly unfathomable, and existence he should not provoke. Any previous sense of superiority disappeared at that instant as Wu Shengfeng's expression fluctuated and cold sweat gradually dripped down his back. "You have 3 breaths to give this queen a satisfactory answer or this queen will obtain one herself," Yang Yen declared before raising a jade finger and counting. 1. As soon as this count began, the atmosphere changed and became heavy, causing Wu Shengfeng to panic further. "Wait, I have something to say." 2. Yang Yen remained unmoved. "Don't go too far. My Falling Star Sect is not weak. Even if you are stronger than me, so what? I have already determined that there is no guardian in this star field. Why are you trying to insert yourself into my business for no reason?" 3. Yang Yen called out lightly before suddenly appearing in front of Wu Shengfeng. "Pa." No one saw exactly what happened, only hearing a crisp sound echo before Wu Shengfeng was sent flying while half of his face swelled up. "You dare hit me?" Wu Shengfeng roared, his tone filled with anger and indignation. "Pa." Wu Shengfeng, who had just stood firm, suddenly flew out again as the other side of his face began to swell up. "Bitch, don't think I'm afraid of you. This senior wanted to show mercy because you were a woman? Pa. Enough. Pa. Don't just beat others without considering the consequences. Pa. Miss, it's important to show decorum in battle. Pa. Senior, show mercy. Pa. Woo-woo. I was wrong, senior. I admit my wrongs and accept my punishment. So please stop. 10,000 kilometers away, Shahu, Lai Kong, and everyone else stared at this scene dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai and Lin Yuner both had their jaws slacken as they stared at the funny scene playing out before them. The majestic and imposing Wu Shangfeng from before, the one who carried the demeanor of an aloof master who was unchallenged below the heavens, was as weak and helpless as a 3-year-old child in front of Yang Yan, unable to resist or even dodge the blows that Yang Yan rained down on him. The crisp sound of him being beaten and Wu Shangfeng's pleas for mercy filled the air, causing some complicated emotions to fill everyone's hearts. Yang Kai gulped as he quietly asked Lin Yuner, "Yuner, has your martial aunt been in a bad mood recently?" Lin Yuner nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, a slight tinge of fear flashing across her face. "Martial aunt has been quite quiet and gloomy recently. I feel sorry for that guy." Yang Kai sighed slightly. In the sky, Wu Shangfeng's face had been beaten into the shape of a pig's head that had been stung by countless bees, making him look extremely ridiculous. Any sense of majesty he once possessed had been thoroughly thrashed, and his head was now drooping as he stood obediently in front of Yang Yan, a look of resignation filling his expression. Yang Yan looked down at him faintly and declared, "Originally, for daring to violate the star boundaries laws, I should take your life." Wu Shangfeng heard this, and he began to tremble, looking up at Yang Yan in horror and squeezing out a smile even uglier than if he was crying and hurriedly begging, "Senior, please reconsider. This is my first offense, and I swear there won't be a second. I only ask Senior to spare my life." "Humph!" Yang Yan coldly snorted. "If that weren't the case, do you think you'd still be alive now? But while the capital punishment may be exempted, you must still suffer some penalty. For your crimes, you will follow me back to the star boundary and stand guard the star gate for 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Wu Shangfeng was shocked. Guarding the star gate for 3,000 years without even mentioning the unending dullness, one was unable to cultivate there at all because of the barrier which protected the star gate. If he was really forced to spend 3,000 years in such a position, what future would he have? "Do you have any objections?" Yang Yan looked at him coldly. No. Wu Shangfeng shook his head quickly. "Senior's judgment. Junior wouldn't dare disagree with this. This is an honor for this junior. Haha. Don't think this queen doesn't know what you are thinking," Yang Yan sneered. "Do you think that after returning to the star boundary, you can have that old dog Yu He Ling come forward to save you? If that is what your plan is, you're going to be disappointed again. If Yu He Ling dares to come forward, this queen will make him guard Stargate for 3,000 years as well." Wu Shangfeng's eyes immediately bulged as his face filled with horror, and he called out hoarsely, "Senior, who? His sect master, Yu He Ling, in the star boundary, could be regarded as a famous figure, but from this woman's tone, it was not difficult to tell that she did not put him in her eyes at all. Throughout the entire star boundary, the number of people who were qualified to do this did not number more than 50, and besides the top 10 masters, each one of these people was an emperor existence. "Who is this queen?" Yang Yan coldly snorted, stretching out her hand and waving to summon a palace-like artifact before her before she slapped Wu Shangfeng one last time and shouted, "Get in!" The next moment, Wu Shangfeng was wrapped in an invisible force and involuntarily thrown towards the palace-like artifact. The Emperor Garden. When Wu Shangfeng saw this palace-like artifact, he called out in shock, "You're—" Before he finished speaking, though, his body was swallowed by the artifact. Yang Kai squinted at the palace-like artifact and found that it was none other than the Emperor Garden that had been suspended above high heaven sect many years ago. With Yang Yan's awakening, the Emperor Garden had now obviously been taken back by her. Wu Shangfeng had been easily subdued, but Sha Hu and Lai Kong did not dare to step forward to offer their thanks, instead just standing in place with dignified expressions. They understood that this woman was a master beyond their comprehension, one they were not even worthy to address. What they had seen and heard today had exceeded Shadowed Star's bounds, from ancient to present. Perhaps today's battle would go down as something of a legend. Midair, Yang Kai stared at Yang Yan, suddenly feeling like this woman stood above the clouds, and he needed to stretch his neck up just to catch a faint glimpse of her shadow, a somewhat uncomfortable feeling. Yang Yen did not show any intention to speak either, simply standing in place quietly as she stared at Yang Kai. Only after a long time did she say lightly, "I should go. Back to the star boundary?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Yen nodded. "I have my own star field to protect, one I haven't visited in over 10,000 years, so I have no way of knowing what its situation is or if it's been invaded by anyone. After so long, there's no telling if an accident has happened." Yang Kai nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. "If you want to go to the star boundary, the 9-star Emperor tokens are the key. When I came here that year, I sealed the connection between this star field and Stargate, and only by using those 9-star Emperor tokens can that seal be opened. If you want your relatives and friends to live a peaceful life, seek out a higher martial Dao, or when someone like Wu Shangfeng appears again one day, you will be unable to resist," Yang Yen said, while gently tapping her finger to send out a small ball of light like a firefly towards Yang Kai. "This is the method to open the channel. Whether to go or stay will be up to you to decide." Yang Kai remained in place, allowing the small ball of light to enter his knowledge sea, the next moment feeling like something had been added to his mind. Yang Yen waved her hand again, and with a yelp, Lin Yuner, who was standing next to Yang Kai, was summoned over to her. "Yuner is very talented, and her constitution is perfectly suited to inherit a secret art, one of my old friends. So I'm taking her with me." Yang Yen took one last look at Yang Kai before her figure flickered, and she suddenly disappeared from his view. "I hope I can see you again in the star boundary." Yang Yan's words came from the sky. Yang Kai opened his mouth to say something, but eventually just sighed and stood there in a daze. On the limitless ocean, calm was restored again. After a long time, Shahu and Lai Kong flew over to Yang Kai cautiously, the former turning his head around nervously as he asked, "Yang Kai, that senior? Don't ask. Don't even think about it. I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand. Shahu nodded, knowing that he had asked something he should not. Yang Kai glanced at Lai Kong and said, "When you have time, Palace Master Lai Kong should go to High Heaven Sect and ask my little senior sister to refine a Yellow Heavens pill for you. It should allow you to reform your destroyed limbs." Lai Kong's eyes bulged in shock, but quickly a joyous look came to his face and he cupped his fists gratefully. "Many thanks, Sir Star Master. This Lai Kong is extremely grateful. Sea God Palace looks forward to continuing to work together with Sir Star Master in the future." He didn't know that Yang Kai was the Star Master before, but now that he did, and was even being gifted a precious Yellow Heavens pill, Lai Kong knew not to be negligent and hurriedly offered his sincere thanks. Whose expression on the side changed a bit as he hurriedly said, "The same is true for my Sea Temple. If Sir Star Master has any commands in the future, Sea Temple will not spare any effort to accomplish them." "Your sentiment is appreciated." Yang Kai nodded faintly and replied perfunctorily before closing his eyes and expanding his perception quietly. He could feel Yang Yen gradually leave Shadowed Star with Lin Yuner. He did not know where they were headed, only that their final destination was the mysterious star boundary. After a stick of incense, Yang Yen and Lin Yuners aura completely disappeared from Yang Kai's range, separating themselves from Shadowed Star and entering the vast star field. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai waved to Hu and Lai Kong faintly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A short time later, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace in High Heaven Sect and entered a state of meditation. Yang Yen disciplining Wu Shangfeng was a battle not many people knew about. Only a few masters from the two great forces of the limitless ocean who were present at the scene witnessed it with their own eyes, but under the strict orders of Hu and Lai Kong, no one dared to openly discuss it. The entire incident was covered up and disappeared into the annals of history, with the only evidence of it being written briefly in the ancient records of the two sects. "Has Sect Master exited retreat yet?" Atop 100 Flowers Peak, Yi Shiyun drank tea with a carefree expression while asking Wu Yi. She had returned to High Heaven Sect 3 months ago and, not disappointing Yang Kai's and anyone else's expectations, Yi Shiyun had successfully broken through to the Origin King realm. She had long been the strongest master on Shadowed Star and had stagnated at the peak of the Origin Returning Realm Master for centuries. She had already touched upon the mysteries of domain long ago, but had taken the initiative to stay in High Heaven Sect to protect Yang Yin. If not for this, she would have left with Yang Kai the first time he sailed from Shadowed Star and broken through together with Qian Tong. Wu Yi had also broken through to the Origin Returning Realm more than a month ago, and during the recent days she had been accepting some guidance from Yi Shiyun. Hearing this question, Wu Yi immediately replied, "No, since Sect Master returned 2 months ago. He has secluded himself in First Heavenly Palace and has not even met with the 2 sect madams." Yi Shiyun nodded lightly and was just about to inspect Wu Yi's recent cultivation when she suddenly raised her head and looked towards a certain direction, saying solemnly, "That's the direction of First Heavenly Palace. Has something happened to Sect Master?" Wu Yi asked anxiously. "It doesn't look like some kind of accident. It's just that world energy seems to be gathering towards that direction. Could Sect Master be breaking through?" Even with Yi Shiyun's calm temperament, she felt taken aback by her own guess. How long had it been since Sect Master broke through to the Origin King realm? A year? 2? How could he have another breakthrough so soon? "I'll go and see." As soon as her voice fell, Yi Shiyun disappeared. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a ghostly figure covered in black mist had already appeared. When Yi Shiyun saw this figure, she stepped forward and quickly greeted, "Senior brother." Gui Zhu turned his head and smiled back, "Junior sister Yi." Although the two had only known each other for a few months, they were both Origin Kings and belonged to High Heaven Sect, so addressing each other as senior brother and junior sister was only natural. After Yi Shiyun broke through to the Origin King realm, her title of Great Elder was automatically replaced by that of Supreme Elder, similar to Gui Zhu. In this sense, the two shared the same status. Junior sister Yi also noticed the situation here and came to have a look, and, judging from the movement of the world energy, it looks like a breakthrough, but I remember hearing from senior brother before that Sect Master only reached the Origin King realm a short time ago. Why is he having another breakthrough so soon? Who knows? Gui Zhu shrugged his shoulders. I don't understand either. This boy. Cough cough. Sect Master can't be judged using common sense. Yi Shiyun frowned. Although Sect Master is indeed a genius that broke through to the Origin King realm at an extremely young age, if he breaks through too frequently, I'm afraid that his foundation will become unstable. She could not help feeling a little worried about Yang Kai. The Origin King realm was not like the great realms that came before it. It was not unusual for geniuses to make successive breakthroughs in the lower realms, but once reached the Origin King realm, if a cultivator wanted to make further progress, they needed to do so step by step in a steady fashion. In the star field, many Origin Kings had been stuck at the First Order their entire lives, unable to spy on greater heights in the martial Dao. But Yang Kai's breakthrough speed was simply too fast, enough so to worry Yi Shiyun. Gui Zhu frowned as he mumbled, Sect Master isn't the type who covets advancement at the expense of strength. Him daring to make a breakthrough at this time should be because he has complete confidence. In any case, it's useless to worry about it now. This is a matter only Sect Master can handle. We just have to wait and see what the results are. It is as senior brother says. Yi Shiyun took a deep breath and stared at the gate of First Heavenly Palace. A large amount of world energy had gathered around First Heavenly Palace, and although a breakthrough of a minor realm would not result in a world energy baptism, it was still a magnificent scene to behold. Almost all disciples of High Heaven Sect noticed the anomaly at First Heavenly Palace, and not long after, Yang Kai's relatives and friends had gathered behind Yi Shiyun and Gui Zhu, all of them staring nervously ahead. The rich world energy poured into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared, as if it were being swallowed by a bottomless vortex. This situation lasted for half a day until at a certain moment, Yang Kai's loud roar rang out from First Heavenly Palace and an aura that seemed to be stronger than Gui Zhu's burst forth. Everyone's knees bent at that moment and many were almost crushed to the ground. But fortunately, this aura disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Gui Zhu's eyes lit up as he whispered, freely releasing and taking back one's strength. Ha ha, junior sister. It seems we were worried for nothing. Yi Shiyun finally showed a relaxed look, but she still did not dare to be careless and said, we should still wait for Sect Master to come out. before we make a final conclusion. At that moment, the doors of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai's figure was revealed. Yi Shiyun and Gue Zhu immediately released their divine senses and inspected Yang Kai's condition. After a moment, the two exchanged a knowing smile. The energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body were stable, and there were no signs of his foundation becoming unstable due to a premature breakthrough. Finally confirming this, the two were able to put down their last concerns. So many people? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the sea of familiar faces in front of him in amazement, cupped his fists, and said with a sheepish smile, "Sorry, I accidentally broke through and disturbed everyone." Accidentally, many people glowered at Yang Kai. Although most of the cultivators present were Saint Kings with only a few Origin Realm Masters, all of them understood the power of an Origin King and how difficult it was for them to achieve even a minor breakthrough, so Yang Kai's words just now slightly irksome to them. "Congratulations, Sect Master." Gue Zhu laughed loudly. Sect Master's aptitude is astonishing. Something this elder has only seen once in his life. "Sect Master, why did you suddenly break through?" Yi Shiyun asked curiously. "There's no special reason. I was already at the peak of the First Order and recently comprehended something important, leading to a breakthrough." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The main reason for this breakthrough was the stimulation Yang Kai received from bearing witness to Yang Yan and Wu Shengfeng's extraordinary strength. Although he had long known that the Origin King realm was not the peak of the martial Dao, he had not thought much about it yet. Wu Shengfeng's appearance, though, had given Yang Kai a sense of crisis. Sitting in meditation for a month, remembering the pressure Wu Shengfeng put on him, Yang Kai finally had a breakthrough. Just like what he said to Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, a cultivator could only advance on their path when they comprehended where they were headed. After the questions that lingered in his mind were sorted out, his realm had naturally improved. "Everyone, please return. Everything is all right." Yang Kai cupped his fists to everyone and said, causing the crowd to slowly disperse. "Two elders, please stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Yang Kai called out. Gue Zhu and Yi Shiyun paused and looked at Yang Kai curiously. After everyone had left, Yi Shiyun asked, "I wonder what Sect Master's orders are? I have something here for you. Please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and while speaking pointed towards Yi Shiyun and Gue Zhu. The two of them did not try to dodge or resist, instead just allowing Yang Kai to reach out and touch their heads. The next moment, a package of information was transmitted to their knowledge seas, after which Gue Zhu and Yi Shiyun closed their eyes to inspect it. After a while, Gue Zhu's body shook and his eyes shot open. The star boundary? A realm that exists above the star field? That senior really was the Starry Sky Great Emperor? It was not until this time that Gue Zhu understood that Yang Yan was really the rumored Great Emperor, because the message Yang Kai gave him explained all of this. On the other hand, Yi Shiyun wasn't too shocked. After all, she knew Yang Yan's identity a long time ago, but regarding the other information, she couldn't help frowning and saying, "Sect Master, according to the method Milady left behind, if you want to go to the star boundary, you must gather all 9 Star Emperor tokens as well as 6 Third Order Origin Kings in order to activate the Void Corridor which connects to the Stargate. Are you planning to go to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Indeed. Is it because of the Guardian issue Milady mentioned?" Yi Shiyun asked. "That's not the entire reason." Yang Kai shook his head with a contemplative expression on his face. "It is just that, as a cultivator, who doesn't yearn for a higher martial Dao?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed a profound light as she nodded deeply. "That's right," Yang Kai grinned. "Being satisfied with the status quo will only lead your path to its end. If I remain here, I will be able to reach the Third Order Origin King realm sooner or later and stand at the pinnacle of this star field. But so what? If another Wu Shengfeng were to appear, he would be able to trample me under his foot. If Yang Kai was such an easily satisfied person, he would have stayed in the central capital or Tongxian realm and there would be no high heaven sect now. But the conditions for opening the Void Corridor are too harsh. Can they even be satisfied?" Gue Zhu frowned. Although collecting the 9 Star Emperor tokens won't be too much of a problem for Sect Master, finding 6 third-order origin kings. Where would we even begin to look? I'm not sure there even are 6 such masters in the entire star field. And even if there are, all of them have secluded themselves from the world, disappearing without a trace. Everything depends on our own efforts. Yang Kai grinned and patted Gue Zhu on the shoulder. Elder, I'm counting you among these 6. Me? Gue Zhu was shocked and waved his hands quickly. This old master knows his own ability best. Although this old master has hoped to break through to the third-order origin king realm in this life, he has no idea when that turning point will arrive. 10 years. Within 10 years, Elder must break through to the third order. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression. I will have little senior sister fully cooperate with you and supply an unlimited number of spirit pills, but Elder still must not advance recklessly. 10 years. Gue Zhu frowned, pondered for a while, before suddenly nodding. All right, this old master will enter retreat for the next 10 years, and he will definitely live up to the sect master's expectations. Yang Kai smiled next at Yi Shiyun and said, You as well. If you can break through to the third order within 10 years, you can follow me to the star boundary. I'll try my best. Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly and nodded. Having said that, she also knew that this was absolutely impossible. She had only just broken through to the first-order origin king realm, so how could she reach the third order in just 10 years? Only a monster like Yang Kai could achieve such a feat. Even if the 3 of us meet the conditions, where can we find another 3? Gue Zhu worried again. I'm not in a hurry to find others just yet. I'll collect the Star Emperor tokens first. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll be leaving Shadowed Star in a few days, so I must entrust the sect to the both of you. Sect Master can rest assured, with Senior Brother and I here, not even blind fools would dare act presumptuous. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly. Purple Heaven Star, one of the 3 great forces of star fields, Purple Star's home star. Together with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star and Sword Union's Sword Star, they made up the top 3 cultivation stars in the entire star field. These 3 cultivation stars not only possessed rich world energy but also a wealth of materials, causing the average strength of all cultivators who lived on them to far exceed that of other cultivation stars. If cultivation stars had a strict classification hierarchy, Tongxian Realm would undoubtedly belong to the lowest class, Shadowed Star would be ranked in the middle, and these cultivation stars would rank at the peak. Purple Star City occupied a large swath of land and had many magnificent buildings in it. Spacious streets were crisscrossing each other, lined with prosperous shops selling a dazzling array of wares as rivers of cultivators flowed through. This was the headquarters of Purple Star. For any Purple Star cultivator, this city symbolized honor and glory. Purple Star City was located atop a top-level earth vein, so the aura in the city was no worse than that of any spirit mountain or cultivation paradise. The inner city's aura was the richest and most important location on Purple Star. Not just any member of Purple Star would be granted entry to this holy ground. On this day, a stream of light shot forward at a rapid pace and only came to a halt about 1,000 meters away from Purple Star City. When the light dissipated, the figure of a young man appeared. It was none other than Yang Kai. Starting from High Heaven Sect, even though he had managed to save a great deal of time by using 2 cross-cultivation star space arrays, it still took Yang Kai half a year to fly through the star field to Purple Heaven Star. The purpose of his trip here was simple, to obtain the Star Emperor token inside Purple Star's treasure vault. Of course, if he had other gains, it would be for the best. After all, the place where the Star Emperor token was hidden was where Purple Star kept all its most valuable treasures as well. Releasing his divine sense for a bit, Yang Kai was also secretly surprised by the grandeur and scale of Purple Star City. A city of this size could only be built and maintained by a super force. Just the city walls alone were 300 meters high and radiated a purple light. Yang Kai could not identify what material had been used to build this wall, and only knew that it gave off the aura of a powerful barrier. It was conceivable that if a foreign enemy invaded, Purple Star City could simply activate this sect defending array to resist. However, Yang Kai felt it unlikely there was anyone who would dare come here to find trouble. This is Purple Star City? Yang Kai seemed to be muttering to himself as he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The next moment, however, a faint voice reached his ear, replying to young Master Yang. "This is indeed my Purple Star's headquarters, Purple Star City." Young Master Yang acts decisively. "I haven't felt much time pass, but we have already arrived here." The voice was extremely faint, and as a divine sense message, only Yang Kai was able to hear it. Naturally, this voice belonged to Zidong, who was still hiding in the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai daring to rush into Purple Star's headquarters single-handedly was not because he was a hot-tempered fool, but because he had access to a source of inside information like Zidong. With this Purple Star young master as his guide, as long as he acted carefully, Yang Kai felt he shouldn't have any trouble entering Purple Star's vault. Of course, the premise was that this boy was not plotting something. After associating with him for a while, Yang Kai determined that although this boy's talent was on par with that of Shui Yu and Gu Jianxian, he was far behind in terms of martial art. At this moment, Zidong no longer had any of his former spirit and had degenerated into a dog who could only beg for his life. He was respectful of Yang Kai in every way and did not dare show any disobedience. "I see. Do all of the starships in the sky belong to Purple Star?" Yang Kai raised his head and looked up to see some 20 or 30 starship floating in the distance. Because they were so far away, Yang Kai was unable to perceive what grade these starships were. But since they were floating atop Purple Star City, they were surely of high quality. "Most of them," Zidong replied proudly. "What young Master Yang sees here is just the tip of the iceberg. My Purple Star's influence extends across the entire star field, and many other great forces send starships here for various purposes like trade." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Conceal your aura. I am going in." "Yes," Zidong replied obediently before quickly hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai flew down and landed before walking towards the towering city gate. The gate was like the maw of a giant beast, as tall as the city wall and just as daunting. The cultivators who came to Purple Star City for the first time would definitely be affected by this, feeling so shocked and humbled by the imposing pressure of the city gates that they would not dare act presumptuously in Purple Star City. There was a long line outside the gates with many cultivators waiting to enter the city. Yang Kai didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he obediently lined up at the back. As time passed, people at the head of the line would pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals, receive a special permit, and walk into the city. Suddenly, a dissatisfied cry came from the front. "Sir, why did you only charge the man who just entered 100 high-rank Saint Crystals, but now you're charging me 1,000? Isn't this a flaunting of the rules?" "Rules?" A sneer replied, "Father here is the city's gate guard. My words are the rules. Now either hand over the Saint Crystals or scram." "You?" The person who spoke before became angry. "Do all Purple Star cultivators bully people like this? I refuse to accept." Most of the cultivators who were waiting in line to enter also showed a disgruntled look. But in the end, this was not their domain, so even if they were displeased, no one raised a fuss. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over to find that the one arguing with the city gate guard was a middle-aged man who seemed to be about 30 years old. This man was dressed plainly, and after sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai determined he was just a second-order Saint King. It was really a wonder why such a man was stirring up trouble for just 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, feeling that this person's situation was worrisome. Bully others? Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded. Everyone turned to see that the source of the sound was an old man who had been sitting to the side. This old man had a very wrinkled face and snickered as he stood up and walked over, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he rolled up his sleeves, seemingly getting ready for a fight. His eyes filled with cold indifference, causing others to gulp unconsciously. Third-order origin realm. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he felt Purple Star's reputation was not undeserved. Even the gate to enter the city was guarded by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The old man walked a few steps forward while staring at the troublemaker coldly and speaking loudly. "Well said. This old master will let you know today what the meaning of bullying is." As soon as his voice fell, the old man's figure suddenly flickered and appeared directly in front of the middle-aged man, and under the latter's horrified gaze stretched out his hand towards his head. The middle-aged man was only a second-order Saint King. So how could he resist the sudden attack of a third-order Origin Realm Master? Immediately, the middle-aged man cried out and tried to retreat. But the old man's hand seemed to exude an irresistible suction force that held him firmly on the spot. And with a scream, a stream of energy visible to the naked eye was sucked out of the middle-aged man's head and flowed into the dry old man's hand. Outside the city gate, everyone took a few steps back in shock as they stared at this scene in horror. "Mercy, Senior! I'll pay the Saint Crystals," the middle-aged man yelled. "Regretting now? Why didn't you regret it sooner?" The old man remained unmoved and instead pushed his Saint Chi even more violently. In just 3 breaths, the middle-aged man was drained until he became old and withered before collapsing to the ground. There was no aura of vitality coming from him anymore, and instead the old man's complexion had become a bit rosier, like he had become a dozen years younger. There was silence outside the city gate as every cultivator felt a deep chill run up their backs. After the old man finished all this, he walked back to where he was sitting before as if nothing had happened and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. "Many thanks, Deacon Min." The gate guard bowed to the old man with a flattering smile on his face before turning around and putting on an imposing air as he shouted. "This man was a spy sent by an enemy force to infiltrate my Purple Star City, but he was seen through by Deacon Min and killed on the spot to serve as a warning. Take this filth and throw him into a pit somewhere outside the city." With those words, 2 Purple Star cultivators came out and quickly carried away the withered corpse. Everyone knew that this guy was sleep-talking with his eyes wide open, but none dared to refute him. It will be getting dark soon, and there are still many who haven't entered the city yet. But when the gates close at sunset, no one will be allowed in. Heh! As for what will happen outside at night, I'm afraid you all know. After the gate guard finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the crowd. However, the cultivators waiting in line had their complexions pale slightly, and they hurried forward to pay the required Saint Crystals to enter the city, as if some huge danger was lurking outside just waiting for nightfall. Although the murder of the middle-aged man made some of the people present feel a sense of pity in their hearts, who had the bigger fist and who was causing trouble was obvious. Just to save a trivial 1,000 Saint Crystals, that man dared to act insolently here, which was nothing short of courting death. The city guards did not seem to have any criteria for collecting Saint Crystals and just named prices arbitrarily. Oftentimes, when a beautiful woman walked up, they would simply flirt a little then let them pass by for free. Sometimes there would be a man who the guards felt was unpleasant to the eye and would thus be charged a large amount of Saint Crystals. However, no one dared to complain. Soon it was Yang Kai's turn. The city guard looked up at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, 5,000! Yang Kai frowned as this number was the highest he had heard so far. He didn't know what it was about him this guard didn't like, but despite being disgruntled, he didn't want to raise a fuss here. So he simply wiped his space ring and dumped the required Saint Crystals in front of the guard. The guard shot Yang Kai a look of surprise, as if he did not expect the other party to be so cooperative. Fiddling with the pass in his hand, the guard grinned meaningfully. "Friend, 5,000 was just the cost of this pass. But if you want to remain in the city for a long time, you'll have to pay another 10,000 Saint Crystals." Heh! Yang Kai could not help but laugh, wondering if this guard thought he was some kind of fool. "Something funny?" The gate guard also looked at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. "You were telling a joke just now, weren't you?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he found that the other party was still looking at him without fear. 5,000, 10,000, this number of Saint Crystals really meant nothing to Yang Kai. With High Heaven sect at his back and all the masters he had killed and robbed, the number of Saint Crystals in his space ring totaled at least 100 million. But the other party reaching out for a yard after taking an inch displeased Yang Kai greatly. "Do you think I'm telling you a joke? Boy, are you also a spy sent by enemy great forces to infiltrate my Purple Star City?" The city guard snorted coldly as he played with the pass in his hand and casually threatened Yang Kai. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the cultivators waiting in line to enter the city changed drastically. They had witnessed what end the middle-aged man who had caused trouble before suffered with their own eyes, and that was just half a cup of tea's time ago. Was this well-dressed young man planning to follow in that man's footsteps? Suddenly, everyone's eyes filled with pity as they looked at Yang Kai. There's no lack of pretext to falsely incriminate a man. Just as Yang Kai's annoyance reached a boiling point, someone suddenly appeared behind him and gently pushed him to the side before hurriedly smiling and addressing the guard. "This sir must be joking. He isn't a spy. He's with our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and was just with us handling some matters outside the city." As soon as this statement came out, the city gate guard was taken aback, and even Yang Kai was surprised. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai glanced over at the person standing in front of him and found that it was a woman. But because her back was to him, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her long black hair was done up in a neat bun and revealed a slender white neck, while her long dress outlined her slender waist and shapely bottom. At this time, someone was willing to stand up for him? Yang Kai was quite surprised, but that did not stop him from having a good impression of this woman. "President!" A few exclamations sounded from behind, ones mixed with fluster and anxiety as someone even rushed forward and shouted, "He's... Shut up!" The woman turned her head and glared at the speaker. The woman seemed to hold high prestige among this group of people, as with just a few words the man immediately fell silent. However, he still glared at Yang Kai while the women's other companions also gave him an ugly look. "Sir must know that our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce often travels outside Purple Star City to trade goods. So how could one of our members possibly be a spy? This child is a bit hot-tempered and inadvertently offended, sir. Yu Meng hopes this little gift will be enough to settle this unfortunate affair." Saying so, she took out a bag from her space ring and placed it in the guard's hand. "Child?" Yang Kai could not help touching his nose hearing this. The guard weighed the bag in his hand lightly and his eyes lit up, grinning happily. "Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? I have also heard of you. If I am not mistaken, the president of your Chamber of Commerce is called Hua Yumeng?" "Yes." The woman smiled lightly and said, "I had not expected my trivial name had reached Sir's ears. This mistress is truly honored. Why would it not have?" The guard looked at Hua Yumeng with bright eyes as an obscene expression crept onto his face. "Since President Hua has come forward to testify and paid enough St. Crystals, this sir won't be unreasonable." "Many thanks, sir." Hua Yumeng was overjoyed. "But..." The guard's tone suddenly dropped as he cast a cold look towards Yang Kai. "If President Hua can promise me two conditions, I will let this matter end here, otherwise..." "Humph." Hua Yumeng smiled stiffly and softly asked, "Please name them, sir. I don't like the look in this little brat's eyes. Before, he dared talk back to me, so he must apologize." The guard looked at Yang Kai coldly before turning his gaze to Hua Yumeng and smirking. "Secondly, President Hua must have just returned from afar. After Haishur, this king happens to be free and would like President Hua to accompany him to dinner. I wonder if President Hua is willing to accept this invitation? The Eastern City's Free Wind restaurant would be nice." He phrased his words as a question, but his tone indicated he would not tolerate Hua Yumeng's rejection. Hua Yumeng's face changed slightly as she forced herself to keep smiling. Would it be fine to discuss this another day? I'll let this boy apologize to Sir first." As she said so, she turned her head and signaled imploringly to Yang Kai. Only now did Yang Kai catch a glimpse of her true face. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help brightening slightly as he saw that, although this Hua Yumeng wasn't a heaven-defying beauty, she was still very pretty and had a mature charm about her. Her whole body exuded an aura of calm and confidence, probably from running around all year to maintain her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, and her body itself gave off a light fragrance. This was not some exotic fragrance, but a natural one that was both fascinating and enchanting. It was understandable why this city guard could not keep his eyes off of her. At this moment, not only was Hua Yumeng secretly winking at him, but the others from this Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were also glaring at Yang Kai, silently telling him to follow along or else. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. He had not expected that just entering the city would cause such a scene. But he did not blame Hua Yumeng for this. After all, she had stepped forward out of good intentions to help him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai cupped his fists to Hua Yumeng and said, This one is grateful for President Hua's kindness. Hua Yumeng frowned slightly as she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, Yang Kai continued, but this all happened because of me and has nothing to do with you. So I must ask President Hua to stand back. After speaking, despite Hua Yumeng's astonishment, Yang Kai smiled at the gate guard and sneered, "You want me to apologize to you? President Hua, what's the meaning of this? Why does it sound like this little brat is not part of your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? Was President Hua trying to deceive me? Do you know what the consequences of such a crime are?" He did not put Yang Kai in his eyes and instead shouted at Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng did not expect that her good intentions would be rejected like this, or that this young man would be so unyielding, causing cold sweat to drip from her forehead as she waved her hands quickly. "Sir, let me explain to you, this boy There is nothing to explain. President Hua, you are in great trouble this time. If you can't give a reasonable explanation for this matter, don't even think about escaping punishment." The city gate guard roared, without giving Hua Yumeng any face, causing her to turn pale. "There really is nothing to explain." Yang Kai sneered as he took a step forward and swept his hand towards the guard. "Pa!" With a loud clap, the city guard was sent tumbling through the air before falling several dozen meters away with half his teeth missing from his bloody mouth. "Is this enough explanation?" Yang Kai looked ahead coldly. "Ha!" Hua Yumeng was stunned, her instincts telling her that she had really found herself in deep trouble this time, and for a moment unable to think of what to do next. You dare to hit me?" The city gate guard staggered up from the ground, covered his cheek with his hands, and cried out hoarsely, a vicious look flashing across his eyes. "I am a Purple Star City Guard. How dare you hit?" Before he could say anything more though, Yang Kai swatted the air again. The guard screamed as the remaining half of his teeth were sent flying. Bold! Deacon Min, who had been keeping his eyes closed and meditating, finally moved, his figure leaping up and flying towards Yang Kai like an eagle striking from the heavens. The sure of a third-order origin returning realm master burst forth and shrouded a 10-meter radius around Yang Kai as Deacon Min thrust his palm out. Hua Yumeng and the several Five Paths Chamber of Commerce cultivators all gasped involuntarily as under this huge pressure their knees bent and their St. Chi circulation was disrupted. The two with the lowest strength fared even worse, coughing up blood on the spot. "Daring to strike my people in Purple Star City. Do you not put this old master in your eyes?" Deacon Min yelled as he radiated murderous intent towards Yang Kai. "What the hell do you count for? Do I need to put you in my eyes?" Yang Kai sneered. "I didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but you are insisting on seeking death." Saying so, Yang Kai sent out a casual palm of his own. Honk! When the two palms touched, a huge shockwave was sent out and Deacon Min's original anger and menacing murderous intent abruptly gave way to a look of horror as he was blown away like an old sack. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Deacon Min flew through the air, spraying blood from multiple wounds all over his body. Wah! Outside the city gate, an uproar sounded. The conflict between Yang Kai and the city guard, as well as Hua Yumeng's intervention, was seen by everyone. All of them had thought Yang Kai was courting disaster, but it was actually the city guard, and even Deacon Min who had been the ones to suffer in the end. With just a palm, Deacon Min had been sent flying, his life or death undetermined. Everyone looked at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Although Deacon Min's status in Purple Star was not high, he was still a deacon identity. Being able to hold such a position in a behemoth like Purple Star proved he was at least a third-order origin realm master. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator had been wasted with just a single palm though, so how strong was this young man? Could it be that he was an origin king? When this thought emerged, everyone was shocked and could no longer calm down. After all, origin kings were the strongest cultivators in the entire star field, and even a power as strong as Purple Star wouldn't provoke an origin king for no reason. Everything happened so fast that no one's thoughts were able to keep up. President Hua Yumeng of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce felt her jaw drop as she stared in shock at the scene before her eyes. At the gate of the city, there were originally a dozen guards that were going to join Deacon Min in capturing Yang Kai and the members of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, but after seeing the half-dead Deacon Min, how could they dare step forward? All of them froze in place as they exchanged extremely nervous looks. Worried Yang Kai would suddenly strike out and slaughter them. Yang Kai, however, just stretched out his hand and summoned back all the Saint Crystals he had paid before, as well as the bag Hua Yumeng had handed over before coldly snorting. Seems you don't want my 5,000 Saint Crystals, so I'll be taking them back. President Hua, I believe these are yours. Saying so, he tossed the bag towards Hua Yumeng. The latter caught the bag on reflex but felt that it was slightly hot in her hand.